a solid. Oops, sorry about that. As you'll hear shortly. So now it's my great honor to introduce Walt McDonald, President and CEO of ETS, who will offer some welcoming remarks. Walt joined ETS in 1984 as a science assessment specialist, and he later led nearly every major activity and testing program, including test development for the National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, before being appointed President and CEO in 2014. So he brings a deep understanding of the role that high quality assessment can play in promoting equitable learning opportunities for all. Please join me in welcoming Walt.
Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you so much for participating in this very important conversation, monitoring civic learning opportunities and outcomes, the state of the field and future directions. I want to thank the leadership of the Education for Democracy initiative for the magnificent roadmap that they've produced and for persevering through such a politically fraught project. Our keynote speaker, Professor Danielle Allen, Director of Harvard University Safra Center for Ethics, has been a driving force of this effort. Professor Allen is also the James B. Conant University Professor at Harvard. Coincidentally, James B. Conant was one of ETS's founders and the first chair of the ETS Board of Trustees. He too viewed preparing students for citizenship a main purpose of education. So we are especially honored to have Professor Allen speak today. Is it an overstatement to say that we are in danger of losing our democracy? Do Americans have the civic wherewithal to repel the misinformation, partisanship, and conspiracy theories that are dividing us against ourselves? Social science research repeatedly shows Americans' misunderstanding of their system of government on such fundamental principles as the structure of government, checks and balances, whether Congress can establish an official religion or outlaw atheism, the importance of the right of peaceful protest, or the rights protected by the First Amendment. Yet to date, there has been inadequate support for civics among policymakers and some education leaders. The federal government spends approximately $50 per student per year on STEM fields versus about 5 cents per student per year on civics. Social studies and civics teachers typically must pay out of their pocket and use vacation time to attend professional development programs. Even some high school social studies teachers do not view civics as a priority. A RAND report co-authored by my colleague, Laura Hamilton, and one of today's speakers, Julia Kaufman, found that only 2/3 thought it was absolutely essential for students to embrace the responsibilities of citizenship. Perhaps it's no surprise then that the results on the relevant NAEP tests are less than stellar. The overall scores on the 2018 NAEP eighth grade geography and US history assessments fell from 2014 and were statistically flat for civics. Especially concerning is that no more than a quarter of eighth grade graders scored at or above the NAEP proficient level across all 3 subjects in 2018. Nothing good can come from all this. Our system of government gives structure to our society. Without an understanding of that system, how it works, how it applies to one's own life, one's responsibilities to it, how to navigate it, and how to improve it when necessary, there can be no commitment to that form of government, no loyalty, and no true patriotism. The point is often made that self-government is hard, sometimes tedious, and often frustrating work. We cannot expect people who do not know about their democracy or appreciate their responsibilities to it to maintain their democracy. Education is not the only solution to the problem, but as is often the case, there is no solution without education. In the past, an abundance of civics association brought people together in common interests and causes, which in turn fostered a sense of community and civic mindedness. For many of us, the civic education conjures up the notions of the 1950s, but in fact, it's a seamless complement to the 21st century skills that we have emphasized so much in recent years: critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity, all of which are essential for successful, meaningful, and responsible citizenship in a democracy. With regards to assessment, the EAD roadmap is a forward-looking in how assessment can be used to measure learning, but also to support learning. It does this by elevating formative assessment over summative assessment. Assessment for learning is a cornerstone principle at ETS as well. We believe that formative and interim assessments are opportunities for teachers to find out whether their students are learning and to adjust instruction as appropriate. It's all about teaching and learning, and that too is consistent with the ETS mission to advance quality and equity in education for all learners. It's why ETS exists. I don't want to spend too much time on ETS, but I will simply note that we have been deeply engaged in civic education and assessment for some time. At the K-12 level through the NAEP program, for which we have developed, delivered, scored, and reported assessments since 1983. And in higher education through an outcomes assessment of civics, competency, and engagement. Our current projects and research include several applications in civics, including some new ways to assess students' inquiry and information gathering skills, new technologies to stimulate and capture complex human interactions and support classroom learning, and credentialing to recognize civic and community engagement. America is exceptional in many ways. Our capacity for change, to look squarely at our problems, figure out what needs fixing, agree on a plan, and then get to work, is one of the many traits that make America exceptional. But it remains critically important that education instructs students with an understanding that self-government requires continuing progress and renewal towards that more perfect union envisioned in the preamble of the Constitution. Thank you for listening, and thank you so much for participating. We really look forward to working with you in the future to improve and strengthen American democracy by improving and strengthening civic education. And with that, I will turn it back over to Laura Hamilton to introduce our phenomenal keynote speaker. Laura?
Thanks so much, Walt. And I think you can all see why I've been really grateful for the opportunity to join ETS and for the support from our highest levels of leadership for the urgent work that we'll discuss today. So we're honored to have as our keynote speaker, Professor Danielle Allen. As Walt mentioned, Danielle is the James Conant Bryant University Professor at Harvard University. She's also a founding director of the Democratic Knowledge Project Design Studio, a platform at the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics at Harvard that supports innovative projects and initiatives working to improve ethics and civics learning, originating across the university. The DKP Design Studio includes a K-12 civic education provider that offers curriculum development resources, professional development workshops for educators, and assessment tools and services, all in support of education for constitutional democracy. Danielle has written widely on the history of democracy, from ancient Athens to contemporary America. I've had the pleasure of reading her work and listening to her speak on several occasions, most recently in her role as a leader of EAD. And I'm just thrilled that she's here to speak with all of us today. So please welcome Danielle Allen.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you, Walt. It's a pleasure to be here with everybody. I'm very, very grateful for the occasion of this important conversation. We all know that we won't be able to move forward on delivering civic learning opportunities for students K through 12 and beyond, unless we can actually get the assessment piece of this right. We all know that that's critical to securing investment, and we're taking responsibility for accountability for the quality of what we're delivering in any given educational space. So I'm going to share some slides in a moment. What I'd like to do today is spend a little bit of time introducing you to the Educating for American Democracy Roadmap. Then I will introduce you to the Democratic Knowledge Project and the work we've done in grade 8 civics. We think of ourselves as an instance of an EAD aligned civic education effort. And we have been working to think through assessment in the work that we've done. So I'm going to share a little bit of the frameworks that we've developed for that. This is intended as a conversation starter, really hoping to sort of prime the pump for all the other conversations to come in this conference. So here we go. And let me get this in the present view. Just a quick review of the agenda again for where we're headed. So thank you, Walt and Laura, for the great introduction of the Educating for American Democracy Roadmap. It is a roadmap for excellence in history and civics. So really drawing on both academic disciplines, history and political science, we created an integration. That was in itself somewhat innovative. These things are often held apart from each other. We pulled together a diverse network of more than 300 scholars, educators, students, and practitioners. The project ran over about 2 years, released the roadmap in early March. We were funded by the National Endowment for Humanities and the US Department of Education. And the logos there at the bottom indicate the organizations that were the leadership group within this cohort of 300. So iCivics was in the chair, in effect, pulling us together. Colleagues at Circle at Tufts, the Edmund J. Stafford Center for Ethics at Harvard, there at the Veritas logo, Arizona State University School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership, and then the Tufts College for Civic Life. And then PIs. Importantly, as we built our PI group, we worked really hard to achieve diversity of a variety of kinds: demographic diversity, geographic diversity, also viewpoint diversity. And that was true as we built out to the 300. It's sort of a snowball project. Every time we expanded and brought in another network of participants, we saw diversity along all those dimensions. And our view is that the only way to do this work in these polarized times is to start by prioritizing relationships. Relations before transactions, you could say. So you have to build those relationships across difference in order to be able to do the work together. So then what we released is a framework, an inquiry framework, where the inquiry is structured with 7 themes. The goal here is how to teach history, civics and history, and build knowledge and capacities so that students can become people who sustain America's constitutional democracy. The themes start with civic participation. Why does it matter for us anyway? What's the value of democracy? And then cycle through this merger of some of the traditional content of history and civics learning. Our changing landscape about demography and boundaries and how we have come to have the shape of the nation state that we have. We the people, all the different origins and sources of the people that populate this continent, where we came from, how we have come to form a political people, in addition to being cultural peoples of a variety of kinds. Then there is the work on our government, the story of its creation and philosophical foundations, the story of its transformation under institutional and social transformation, the question about global context under the theme of people in the world. And then that brings us back around to our contemporary debates and possibilities, recognizing we are a country and a society full of contest and conflict. And the point was not to try to resolve that up front, but rather to provide a teaching structure that lets people engage productively, lets people experience civil disagreement, lets people participate in reflective patriotism, the ability to combine our understanding of, respect for, commitment to country with critical engagement, dissenting engagement, and the like, to see these things as things that are compatible with each other. So importantly, as I mentioned, it's an inquiry framework. Under those 7 themes, we have grade banded questions. In that regard, you could think of the AP structure as a starting point for this work, recognizing the power of inquiry to drive learning. So in that regard, we're not recommending the creation of lists of things people should know, but rather the engagement of all learners in processes of inquiry over the course of their whole K-12 career that supports this deeper learning about history and civics. The framework is neither a national curriculum nor a mandate. Educators can pick up the framework and look at courses they're already teaching and figure out where they are engaging their students in this kind of inquiry, where they could increase it, extend it. Schools can pick up the framework and think about how to design a curriculum that suits their context that would align with the inquiry structure recommended. States can pick up the framework and think about revisiting their own standards, shifting from the sort of listicle approach to standards to an inquiry-oriented approach to standards. But in all these cases, the realization of this work depends on that practitioner, the educator, the principal, the superintendent, the state standard setter. And it depends on their effort to achieve implementation with integrity, not fidelity, integrity, understanding the core design principles, and then figuring out in their context how to make sense of, achieve alignment with the roadmap. So why now? Why is this work so important now? In some sense, this question almost goes without needing an answer. We've all seen so clearly how fragile our democracy is. January 6th was a historic day and not in a good way. So we, at this point, all recognize the challenge we face, though, of course, that challenge has been building for years and has a lot of different dimensions to it. When we look specifically about the relationship between young people and our constitutional democracy, we have, roughly speaking, 3 different ways of analyzing where we find ourselves. There are the NAEP scores, of course, which pass to basic disciplinary knowledge, and that show us rising generations that really don't have proficiency in the understanding of our political institutions, philosophical foundations of democracy, and the like. So disciplinary knowledge is not where we wish it were. But neither is motivation and connection to our democracy. This is data from political scientists Roberto Foa and Yasha Munk. They have a battery of questions, but among them, assess over generational cohorts how essential people consider it to be to live in a democracy. For the generation born before World War II, close to 72% consider it essential to live in a democracy. For millennials, so those age 40 and below, not quite 30% consider it essential to live in a democracy. It's a very basic fact that you can't have a democracy if people don't want a democracy. So this data point suggests a real failure in our society of generational succession to pass from one generation to the next, that sense of commitment to motivational connection to constitutional democracy, a disposition, so to speak, for constitutional democracy. Then we also often look at youth voter turnout. And this data is super interesting, and it's a kind of good news, bad news story. The good news is that young people show up whenever things are really in a bad way, okay? So of course, they turned up right in the beginning when they first got the right to vote in 1972. They turn up again in 1992 when we have a real moment of economic fragility and difficulty. They turn up again in 2008, where the Iraq war has produced incredible stress and strife in the country, as well as another economic crisis. And then they turned out in 2020. So young people do participate episodically, alrighty, and they participate in moments of high stress. In the ideal, we would like to see that participation at those higher levels consistently over time, so that actually those crisis points perhaps would not even emerge if we had youth participation at higher levels on a more regular basis. Now, this is the skills part. What are the actual practices of participation that young people use? So these three different kinds of indicators: basic knowledge, dispositions and attitudes, and skills are all things we use to assess how well we're doing in our democracy. And so those three indicators then are also at the core of work we've been doing at Harvard in the Democratic Knowledge Project to think about civic learning. So let me now just turn to the Democratic Knowledge Project, introduce us, and then share a little bit about our approaches to assessment. So we are, as Laura shared, a K through 16 civic education provider based at Harvard. We offer curriculum development, professional development, and assessment tools and services. And our big picture goal is to get back to a place where supermajority of young people, so more than 67%, consider it essential to live in a democracy. That's our overarching goal for our work. We have curriculum in 14 districts in Massachusetts and provide supports throughout the state of Massachusetts in response to the new policy framework that came in Massachusetts a few years ago. All right, but now let me just introduce you to some of our key concepts. Deeper civic learning and civic identity are two of the concepts we rely on to think about our objectives in the civic learning space, and then also to think about assessment in the civic learning space. So deeper civic learning builds on the concept of deeper learning that professors Maida and Fine have developed. Their argument is that deep learning is achieved when students can integrate identity and mastery and creativity in the performance of their understanding. So learners need a role identity that connects to the knowledge they're going to put in use. They need mastery of disciplinary knowledge, and then they need a set of skills that permit them to link the mastery of the knowledge to context in order to perform actions that align with the identity that they have developed in the learning space. That could be an identity, for example, as an environmental scientist, or an identity as a mathematician. In this case, we're talking about a civic identity, an identity as a civic participant. So with the deeper learning concept modified for civics, we think of there being a need for a trio of work on civic attitudes and dispositions, civic knowledge, that's that combination of history and political science, and then creativity with civic skills and engagement. In order to communicate this triadic notion about deeper civic learning to our learners, we tend to talk about the need to think about what I value, that's the identity and values part, what I understand, that's our disciplinary knowledge part, and then what I can do, the skills I can operate in order to bring my values and my understanding into work together for a goal in the world. So just to give you a little bit more detail on that, we in our curriculum work to help learners clarify their own identities and their vision of an ideal society. and to develop an efficacious, equitable, and self-protecting civic identity. Successful participation in civic life requires that we be able to convert goals into outcomes. It requires that we be able to think not just in terms of I and what I want, but in terms of a we of some kind, a community. That's the concept of equitability. And it also requires that we be able to protect ourselves. Civic life is a zone of conflict, and you have to be able to take protective capacity into that zone. It's a little bit like getting on an airplane and knowing you have to put the oxygen mask on yourself in order to help others. The same thing is true with civic life. With regard to the disciplinary knowledge, we support learners in mastering US history and government and the rights and responsibilities of civic participants. With regard to the skills, we focus on organizational skills, social bridging skills, consensus building skills, skills for engaging decision makers, and skills for research in the production of authentic student-led civics projects. In Massachusetts, we have a legislative framework that requires every student by the end of 8th grade to have carried out a student-led civic action project, nonpartisan student-led civic action project. They have to do so again by the end of 12th grade. So the question is, what organizational skills and research skills, engagement skills, consensus building skills, and skills of connecting with decision makers do you need in order to bring those projects to fruition? All right, so here's what it looks like when we are communicating about this triadic approach with young learners. They ask themselves what they value. And then there's a lot of reflective work in our curriculum around values and around the different sources of identity and the different ways in which identity and values connect to each other. They ask themselves or seek the goal of understanding what it looks like when rights are not protected, understanding what kind of community and government they want to live in, and how to use the levers of change within a political system. And they aspire to being able to say, I can express my opinion on an issue I care about. I can move from I to we in terms of how I think about a problem. I can choose my civic role. Maybe it's as a voter, maybe it's as a lawyer, maybe it's as a prospective mayor, maybe it's as somebody who builds a community service project. And therefore I can plan my own civic action because I can put these pieces together. My own opinion about what I value, how to move from I to we, and the civic role I'm going to choose in order to exercise that voice and influence that I seek. Now, there's an important thing to say here about the identity and values work. Identity is a hugely contested term in our society right now, and it's really important to recognize that when we talk about a civic identity, the identity we bring as a civic participant, what we're really doing is asking people to put two puzzle pieces together, a thick personal identity and a thin civic role identity. That thick personal identity is everything that gives you what you care about in life. It could be your religion, it could be your family, it could be your cultural community, it could be things you've learned from thinking about your ethnic or racial or sexual identity and background, and the kinds of commitments that have developed from that. The thin civic role identity is the kinds of things that we care about that are necessary to care about in order to be a member of a community of shared decision-making. So it's a shorter list of norms that are necessary to make it possible for communities to collaborate with each other, even in contexts of conflict and disagreement. So as an example, our thick identity elements, they help me answer the question of how I want to live. What do I think is beautiful? What do I think is good? What's worthy? What's meaningful? In contrast, our thin identity elements include things like institutional forbearance. So that is when you do not use your powers within institutions to extract every single last ounce of victory from an adversary. You hold off. You recognize that you want people to stay in the game, want to be in the game together. And so that means you actually take the least that you can take from an adversary when you're working your way through a conflict. It's a norm of mutual toleration, recognizing that we will disagree on what we think is beautiful, and that's okay. We can tolerate that in each other. It's the norms about efficacy and equitability and self-protection that I also mentioned. So the challenge in crafting a civic identity is to give people space to work on their own thick identity elements, to not have that be something that is teacher-led or school-led, but let students lead and occupy that space, but then have them connect that to real learning and deep engagement with the thin identity elements that a person needs in any collaborative decision-making context. So there you go. Just again, it's about putting those puzzle pieces together. All right, so then what does this mean for civic education? What I've just outlined is basically a re-envisioning of civic education and a conversion from a knowledge banking model to a social cultural learning model. So a transition from knowing about our democracy to engaging in our democracy. So under the knowledge banking model, I think we could think of this as an older model of civics. There was the goal of having students acquire a wide range of knowledge in a discipline, not much expectation for full engagement in the practices, the real world practices of the discipline. Instead, students have the chance to study a set curriculum, to take up more or less a passive role in relationship to that curriculum, and they would be evaluated in terms of the amount of predetermined knowledge they acquired. On the model that we are articulating, the Democratic Knowledge Project instead, students do have to build foundational knowledge and understanding. They can't do anything effectively if they don't actually understand our political institutions, philosophical foundations of democracy, rights and responsibilities, and the like. So there is that need for that foundational knowledge. Therefore, there is a need to produce work aligned with disciplinary standards. There is also a need to develop expertise and a sense of identity, role motivation through doing, through participating in the practice connected with that disciplinary knowledge. Now, when we develop that civic identity, that identity, again, as a participant in a variety of different kinds of communities of shared decision-making, there is a need to also integrate those thick and thin identity elements. So that is a kind of underlying piece of work on personal identity that's a necessary support for work on civic identity. Our view is that instructionally speaking, this is best supported with giving students the opportunity to participate in authentic open-ended inquiry. Open-ended inquiry is a core practice of civic life. So as students participate in this kind of instructional practice, they're actually also building up one of the key skills of civic life. And then there needs to be an actively guided progression of the class in developing those skills and in developing dispositions that support those skills. So then that brings us to a form of evaluation where we have to evaluate in terms of understanding, in terms of the ability to synthesize skills and knowledge, and an evaluation of whether there has grown up a commitment to future engagement with the discipline and its practices. Okay, so engagement on both fronts, with the learning, but also with the practices, real world practices associated with the discipline. So in our shop, what we've done for assessment is build a model where we use 3 tools in partnership. We have a knowledge test. Our knowledge test differs from the conventional one in the sense that our belief is the way knowledge tests have worked, you've got state standards, and then you design the test, and the test designers are effectively, in designing the test and its items, driving curricular design by necessity, because people will teach to the test. And so what you have done is produce a situation in which the test designers are the de facto curriculum designers. Our view is that this has got it the wrong way around. We think you should have standards. You should let the curriculum designers, who are the experts in curriculum design the curriculum that they think will best deliver on those standards. And then students are fairly tested with tests that align to those curricula that are themselves aligned to standards. So we do have a knowledge test. It is aligned to our curriculum. Our curriculum is closely aligned to the standards of the state of Massachusetts. We also use a pre and post growth in civic attitudes and dispositions tool. This is a psychometric survey to measure growth and efficacy, equitability, and self-protection. Importantly, we've worked really hard to get to a place where constructs don't correlate with ideology, where they do correlate with anticipation of future civic engagement. And this is something we should talk about a lot in this conference, how to get to a place where measures do not correlate with ideology. It's one of the single most important things we have to figure out how to achieve in this field. Then finally, we use a rubric-based skills evaluation connected to the Civic Action Project. And here what we do is we have a reflection framework, a set of 10 questions that we call 10 questions for change makers. And these are the questions that you ought to have good answers to by the point you have successfully completed a civic action project. So students are asked to provide answers to the reflection prompts, and then those answers are scored with regard to the degree of evidence shown for the specific skills that the civic action projects aim to cultivate. So just to give you a little bit more detail there, On that knowledge test, it is multiple choice style questions, and the items are evaluated qualitatively and quantitatively to ensure test accuracy across a range of civic knowledge. And for the psychometric survey, their students self-report on their civic efficacy, equitability, and self-protection with psychometric questionnaires. The questionnaires are designed to avoid ideological bias, and they are backed by evidence that they predict real-world civic intentions and behavior. And my colleague, David Kidd, who I believe is on this call, can speak more to that if there are questions about that specifically. So that's what we currently do at the Democratic Knowledge Project. But we also have a utopian dream about what we would like to do. And that would be a world in which we weren't using these three separate tools, one for knowledge, one for dispositions, and one for skills, but where we had managed to integrate those three kinds of assessment into a single tool. So we have a utopian dream for the moment when we are able to have integrated, task-based, scoreable reflection assessments, where every reflection assessment would be scored for evidence of growth in knowledge, evidence of growth in civic dispositions and attitudes, and evidence for creativity and use of those civic skills. And so what do we have in mind when we talk about integrated task-based scoreable reflection? Imagine that you have tasks available based on recognizable civic roles. So there might be a local issues task, a national issues task, a community service task, or a political role task, or a task related to one of our branches, legislative, executive, or judicial. In just in the same way that we currently have a reflection assessment for our student civic projects, the idea is that you have civic projects that connect to a variety of different possible civic roles in the world, and then a scoreable reflection assessment linked to those that would support students being able to show their growth and learning across the three domains I've described. This kind of approach, this task-based approach where the tasks are connected to different civic roles, could also support a micro-credentialing or badging approach to assessment. It would, in that regard, be connected to work done on competency-based approaches to evaluation. So that is the work we're doing, the arc from the broad framework of the Educating for American Democracy initiative to one case study, the work we're doing at Harvard, the Democratic Knowledge Project on curriculum, on assessment in ways that we believe support the kind of framework the Educating for American Democracy roadmap has laid out. So as I said, my colleague David Kidd is the true master of this work of ours on assessment, and he is available for conversation if you have interest in it. And otherwise, I welcome the chance to have questions and have some conversation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Danielle. That was fabulous. Great overview of the work you all are doing. And so I think the chat should be, oh, I'm starting to see, that was fast, questions appearing in the chat. So I'm going to do my best to try to moderate the chat and share these questions with you so that you can address them. So I'll start with Valerie asks or says, I would love to hear more about the civics projects that students do. Can you provide some examples of what those projects look like?
Sure. So I first want to say out loud, at this point, there are multiple providers that have different approaches to civic action projects. So this is the Democratic Knowledge Project approach that I'm going to describe. In Massachusetts, there's a very clear framework from the state. The goal is student-led, nonpartisan civic action projects. So student-led means students pick their choice of thing to work on. We support individual projects, small group projects, whole class projects where that has been chosen. We generally recommend against requiring whole class projects. We think it's really important that students who have differing points of view be able to actually pick projects that really convey their point of view, the thing that they're trying to work on. So we are more oriented towards individual and small group projects than whole class projects, but do support whole class projects. Students have typically been working over the course of the year to identify what they care about. That's the what I value part is. And then as they think about their values, they start to identify issues in their community that they care about. And they run the gamut. So it must be said there are lots of young people at the moment who are doing projects that relate to climate and environment. We see young people doing projects that relate to policing. We see young people doing projects that relate to mental health. we see young people doing projects that relate to the curriculum in their schools. Okay, so it's a huge variety of things. They identify what they care about. They then have the job of figuring out what decision-making point is most pertinent to achieving a change in the direction of what they think a solution should be for a problem at hand. And then they can use any of a variety of different kinds of tools and techniques. Again, in our program, we use this distinction between voice and influence, and we support both kinds of projects. So voice projects are projects where students are writing, a letter to the editor, or communicating in their school community about an issue that matters to them, or finding another way to communicate broadly in their community. Influence projects are ones where they're going to go visit city council or go visit the mayor and really try to make the case for something. So that's exactly where, again, you can see here, there's a lot of professional development for educators needed, because you have to facilitate students in picking out of a huge variety of possible approaches.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think there's a lot of interest in seeing examples, things that can be shared that educators might be able to adapt or use in their own classrooms. So, maybe afterwards we'd be able to share some links to resources that might be available.
Absolutely. This Massachusetts State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has a great guidebook for our civic action projects, which would be a terrific resource to share around. And I think one of my colleagues, Chebong Nam, is on the call. And Chebong, maybe you could pop the link to that into the chat for everybody.
Great, that sounds good, thanks. So a question from Janet Price. You strive to be non-ideological in measuring growth in civic dispositions and attitudes, but are there some non-negotiable assumptions? So for example, that democracy should be preserved.
Great. So yes, the non-negotiables are the parts that are in that thin civic identity I mentioned. The norm of institutional forbearance, the norm of mutual toleration, the norm of efficacy, what it means to be efficacious and understanding that, equitability, which is the ability to convert an idea from an I idea to a we idea, that there has to be some case to be made about how this is good for a we, that is an inclusive we, and then the self-protection concept. So that's a pretty small set, and indeed we have gotten to a place where we think we have constructs for that do not correlate with ideology, or at any rate, we've certainly gotten to a place of much lower correlation with ideology than others of the measures in the field have historically had. And we think that's really important. So it really is, what are the nuts and bolts that support constitutional democracy? Those are non-negotiables for us, yeah.
Thanks. So a question about federal funding. Does the congressional bill to fund $1 billion in civics education support instruction in the manner that you've outlined? Do you think the bill will pass? Curious about your crystal ball look at that. And then any advice for how folks can support that if they're interested?
Sure. So let me, I wear a lot of hats. Okay, so I wear my Educating for American Democracy hat, and Educating for American Democracy is a framework about what to teach and how. So it is content. It is about, what we should see in our curriculum and the like. That is a separate project from this congressional bill. I want to be really clear about that. So the congressional bill is not at all about what or how to teach. It is about ensuring that states have the resources they need to invest in civic learning. So can these things be hooked up to each other? Absolutely. If states have resources to invest in civic learning, then my hope would be that they would invest it in working to align with the EAD roadmap. But that's not necessary either. So I want to be very clear about that. Okay, because they really are on separate tracks. Speaking for myself personally, I am a supporter of the congressional bill. Not everybody in our EAD roadmap community is a supporter. And that reflects a sort of basic argument about how big the federal government should be, basically. So people have different points of view on federal spending. So the EAD roadmap is a really broad cross viewpoint framework and agreed upon view about what and how to teach. The congressional bill also has bipartisan support. It's both houses, Republicans and Democrats, but it is a sort of separate undertaking from the EAD roadmap.
Great. And then another question about connections with the EAD initiative. So from Jennifer, how is the EAD initiative tied to the newly launched Partnership for American Democracy that launched on July 1st with its 5 pillars of action.
Yep. So the Partnership for American Democracy is a great civil society organization that is bringing together a lot of partners to advance the cause of democracy. I've participated in the conversations around the civic education pillar, as have several other of the steering committee members from Educating for American Democracy. So basically, the PFAD effort should put wind in the sails of EAD. So they have endorsed EAD, they're supportive of EAD, and the hope would be that they would help bring civil society support to the role of implementing EAD.
So let's see, Betsy notes that it's important that materials be copyright free so we can use them and cite them correctly. So how are materials licensed?
So there's different categories of materials that might be meant here. So the roadmap is free, and there's on the website, the Educating for American Democracy website, there is a citation, or on the first page of the roadmap, there is a kind of citation, recommended citation style. So you can use that. The website also has a link to resources. We are curating EAD aligned examples from all over the country for all grade bands. So there are, I think, different issues of citation or use options for all of those resources, and that resource page should make clear what the situation is for any specific resource that you find on that curated web link.
Great. So another question from Gabriella is, can you talk about how this compares to or is different from service learning kinds of action projects?
Right. Okay. No, thank you. So, there's something about debate in the field about service learning projects. So I'm going to share my perspective and also try to sort of sketch out the shape of the debate. So I consider service learning projects one of the categories of kind of project that does fall within the framework of civic action projects. I don't think the framework of civic action projects should be limited to service learning projects. And the reason for that is I agree with the critique of service learning projects, which is that it can tend to present an image of democracy in which some people are doers and other people are recipients of services and charity from others. Whereas my own belief is that the best kind of democratic education teaches learners how to stand on an equal footing with others, how to see everybody as having agency around problem solving. And it really invests in helping students build leadership capacity to pull communities together to address problems. So it's a little bit about sort of contrast between a noblesse oblige approach and a truly democratic approach. Nonetheless, having said that, I do think there is space within the broad framework of civic action projects to include service learning as a category of project.
Thanks. Yeah, and that question comes up quite a bit, so I really appreciate that perspective. Question from Anne is, how can we get in touch with your organization? And I think we'll send out some stuff afterwards, but are there roles for retired curriculum leaders to support your work? This is a fantastic approach. So maybe just some general thoughts about how people can get involved if they're interested.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I think that for Democratic Knowledge Project at Harvard and the specific work we're doing, I'm putting Katie Giles's name and contact in the chat. She is the director of the enterprise and can connect people to the right component of it. For the Educating for American Democracy work, the relevant person to reach out to is Ace Parsi. I do not remember his name, his email rather off the top of my head, but I know there's somebody on here. Well, Ace himself is here and he can put his email address in the chat.
Great, thanks. And Ace is one of the masterminds behind this event today, so I'll shout out to Ace. So question from Jonathan, if your project's framework is not meant to be a national curriculum per se, given the grade 8 NAEP results shown earlier, which is more national, how might the framework be rolled out to educator preparation programs so future teachers in these content areas can be sufficiently prepared to teach these concepts?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as we worked on the roadmap, we worked with an implementation model that we called collaborative federalism. So this recognizes that there's a role for every layer of our system, for LEAs, for states, for the federal government. And the question is how these roles work together and support each other. So there's not a national curriculum in the sense that what we have is a framework that, again, LEAs and states can use to develop their curricula and their standards. However, that work can be supported, we think, by the federal government through national data efforts and through investment in professional development learnings and offerings. And so it is our expectation that as professional development providers engage with the roadmap, they will find ways of supporting the development of that content mastery that educators need, the development of the instructional strategies that support that kind of blended approach between learning that relates to disciplinary knowledge and learning that relates to projects and civic action and engagement. With a focus on those two categories, the sort of disciplinary mastery and then the instructional strategies that may be innovative, we think providers can operate nationally and support a diversified ecosystem of 50 states. So in that regard, we don't see a tension between that 50 state diversification and providing national supports for educators.
Great. So next is from Kathleen. Civics is often identified as a social studies course, structurally or implicitly. Can you speak to the cross-disciplinary potential of this practice? Do you or your colleagues work with educators across disciplines, and why or why not? And I will just note here that this topic on cross-disciplinary civics will come up later in some of the panel discussions today. So stay tuned for that, but I'm interested to hear what you think about that.
Yes, no, it's a great question. Now I'm embarrassed to say I found myself just reading a question in the chat at the same time. So can you just, Laura, tell me again the question that you just put to me orally?
Of course, it's cross-disciplinary potential.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm sorry. I just had two questions in my head. I didn't know which one I was supposed to answer. So yes, we have to work in a cross-disciplinary fashion. Nothing could be more important. Social studies, civics, we all know time has been reduced for these subjects over the last couple of decades. In order to achieve the time in school that we need to support real forward movement on civic learning, we have to collaborate with the science, with ELA and the like. So in that regard, we have found partnerships, and we have found people experimenting with that kind of cross-disciplinary work. And where we see it's very powerful. In science disciplines, often I think there's really strong connections around climate questions that see a lot of energy right now. In English language arts, there's the possibility of kind of collaborating around some of the core documents that articulate the philosophical foundations of democracy. I've seen one project where an English language arts program had students working for ELA reasons on interview techniques, but had them use those interview techniques to really dig into a civic issue in their community. So I think there are lots of interesting possibilities for achieving cross-disciplinary partnership, and nothing could be more important.
Thanks. So I think we have time for one more question. The last word is going to go to Chris Edley, who is one of our panelists in the upcoming session. I'm very curious about your personal view on so-called mandatory national service.
I didn't catch the last half of that. Can you say that again, Laura?
I'm sorry, your personal view on so-called mandatory national service.
Mandatory national, what was the last word?
Service.
Service, oh, got it, okay. So there's another valuable body of work coming from the American Academy of Arts and Sciences called Our Common Purpose. This is a report that came out in June of 2021. And it's a broad effort to think about improving democracy in the 21st century, 31 recommendations. One of those recommendations, and I was a co-chair for this commission, so this is sort of sharing what my view is from this context. One of those recommendations is that we achieve a universal expectation of national service. So what that means is building a culture of expectation that young people will serve, and building out resources to ensure that those paid opportunities for service are available to everybody, so that service is not simply something that those who are better off have access to. But we did stop short of suggesting that it be mandatory. We focused instead on the idea we wanted a culture of a universal expectation of national service.
Thank you for that. So that was a quick answer, and I do, because she was my children's AP government teachers, I have to give her a chance to ask her questions. So Jennifer Klein, hi Ms. Klein, says, I enthusiastically embrace everything you've said. How do I convince my administration that civics matters? Send the framework to them. No one even responded. How can I advocate for this when all the funding goes towards STEM? So can you just, ideas that you have to help educators really advocate for this and kind of make it happen within their district?
Thanks. That's a super important question. And I'm sorry to hear that nobody even responded. So I think that what one can seek to do is pull together allies, networks of families and parents and caretakers who start hosting listening sessions in your community about civic learning and what people think about whether there's a need for that or not. And then I think if you can begin to report to administrators that there is this conversation in the community about the need for this, so that there's an interest in having a conversation at very bare minimum about how we can better support learners for civic purposes, that you ought to be able to begin to get traction. So in other words, go ahead and you've reached up, vertically, it sounds like. Well, reach out horizontally. Reach out horizontally and try to build a bigger community, and then reach back out up again and iterate on that. Happy to talk offline more specifically about your context to see if I can make other suggestions based on where you are and who's available to you to work with. But I think finding partners is the short answer. Finding partners and allies is the short answer for how to start making progress.
Yeah, it's great advice. Thank you. And so I'm sorry that we couldn't get through all of the questions, but check out the chat. There's a lot of good resources that have been posted there. And thank you so much, Danielle, for your wonderful talk and for engaging with us, and just for your support of this whole effort.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take good care.
Thank you. And with that, I am going to turn things over to my ETS colleague, Erwin Kirsch, who will introduce himself and our wonderful panel that's coming up. So hello, Erwin.
Hello, Laura. Danielle, thank you so much for that, for starting us off with that great presentation and I think a very rich discussion. As Laura said, my name is Erwin Kirsch. I direct the Center for Global Assessment at ETS, and I'm going to serve as a monitor for this first panel. Our topic is using large-scale assessments to monitor civic learning opportunities and outcomes. But before we begin, I was asked to mention a couple of housekeeping notes. The format for each of the three panels will be the same. Each panel will last 1 hour, and each panelist will have 5 to 7 minutes to present their remarks. And then we will open things up to your questions and discussion. As with the keynote, feel free to enter any questions you have into the chat. Also, please note that we'll be taking the one and only 15-minute break after this first panel session. So please try to remain on the Zoom call rather than signing out and back in. It will be much less disruptive that way. So with those housekeeping chores out of the way, let's begin. I'd like to start the conversation by taking a few minutes to introduce what we mean by large-scale assessments, and then I'll briefly introduce each of the 4 panelists. In contrast to classroom-based assessments that are used primarily to support learning, large-scale assessments are more generally thought of as survey-based studies that are designed to monitor the knowledge, skills, dispositions, and behaviors of populations in a comparative context. In fact, comparability has been a key design criteria for these surveys over many years. For school-based populations, these assessments not only yield estimates of distributions of learning outcomes in key domains for subpopulations that are defined by various combinations of individual characteristics and contextual factors, but they also provide estimates of the strength of the relationships between those learning outcomes and students' backgrounds and school-related factors. Moreover, administering assessments periodically, as we do, enables tracking performance over time, along with estimating changes in the patterns of these relationships of learning outcomes to selected characteristics and background factors. In addition to student surveys, we also conduct adult surveys, and analogous statements can be made about adult surveys, with the modification that the focus of being on student, school, and teacher characteristics is replaced by interest in educational, social, and labor market experiences and outcomes. In addition, since these adult surveys encompass a broad age range, they enable comparisons across age cohorts, yielding useful information on secular trends. With that as a brief overview of the large-scale assessments, let me now turn to our four panelists and introduce them. So we're fortunate today to have four very knowledgeable individuals who will discuss a breadth of issues that are associated with civic learning and the importance of developing assessments that define and measure this construct. Our first speaker will be Christopher Edley Jr. Chris has spent the past 40 years influencing public policy and teaching law at Harvard and UC Berkeley. He recently became the interim dean of the Berkeley Graduate School of Education and has been a frequent member or chair of committees for the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. Chris has also chaired study committees to evaluate NAEP performance standards and to help design the National System of Educational Equity Indicators. Following Chris will be Kei Kawashima Ginsberg. Kei is the director of the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement, or CIRCLE, at Tisch College of Civic Life at Tufts University, where she and others study youth civic and political learning and engagement. Kei oversees CIRCLE's portfolio of research initiatives, tools and reports for practitioner and academic audiences that seek to advance equity-centered policy and practice in the civic sector. Our third panelist is Peggy Carr. Peggy is the acting commissioner of the National Center for Educational Statistics, or NCES, in the US Department of Education. In her appointment as acting commissioner, Peggy has continued to serve as associate commissioner of assessment for NCS, where she is responsible for both the national and international large-scale assessments in which the US participates. This includes NAEP, PIAC, TIMSS, PEARLS, and PISA. And our fourth and final panel member is Andrew Weiss. Andy is an assessment specialist at ETS, where he leads the development of the NAEP social studies assessments. He has also been part of a team conducting research for NCS on new technology-based item types that can be used in future assessments of history and civics. So with those introductions, I'll now turn things over to Chris for his remarks.
Am I looking at the right camera now? Well, first I want to say thank you to the organizers. As the chats indicate, Danielle was fabulous, to use Laura's word, and a great kickoff to a critical subject. Let me throw out a couple of thoughts. One is not about assessment so much as it is about my sense of teaching the subject, and that is an emphasis on connecting to contemporary events. Seeing how these principles apply can be found in contemporary conflicts, whether students are getting their sense of what's happening currently from TikTok or The Economist magazine. The problem of teaching and then assessing whether or not a student has become a critical consumer of current events stacked against the the roadmap, that's where I'm really most interested in getting. Certainly part of it has to do with giving a foundation for civic engagement at a personal level. But I think it's also, we have to keep in mind this companion goal of giving people a foundation for understanding what is going on around them. In my view, this is one of the critical strategies we have for reclaiming the importance of truth and evidence in civic discourse. So to me, that is one of the goals of civic education, just reclaiming this idea of truth, the value of truth. So that's my first point, is the ability to become a critical consumer of current events. Now, for assessing that kind of deeper learning, it seems to me is doable, but it brings me to a second question. And that is this problem of ideological bias. I'm actually skeptical about formulating test items that will be bleached of ideological biases. Of course, it's an aspirational goal, but going into that exercise aware that this bleaching of ideological biases is well nigh impossible, I think will help us be alert to, in my mind, the inevitability of such biases creeping in. I think a phrase like constitutional democracy itself involves so many values at so many different levels. And just speaking as a lawyer, this is evident in every other Supreme Court decision, as well as every national political election. I want to add to that problem of ideological biases and the particular need for screening items, constructing items, the problem of social bias. I think it will also be difficult constructing an assessment that is equally effective across sociopolitical subgroups, identity subgroups in the population. African Americans, Latino Americans, their take on some of the fundamentals within the framework, within the roadmap, this is a research question, may differ from other subgroups. And I think that should be carefully explored. Remember vividly having this experience taking, I don't remember whether it was the LSAT or the SAT, but it was a reading comprehension series of items based on 2 paragraphs that were about Renaissance painters. Now, it happened that I grew up in a home with picture books, and I was studying French, and even I felt I had an advantage even being able to pronounce the names of the artists as I sub-vocalized the text I was reading. Now, there's a bias right there. And I think similarly, if we think about race, ethnicity, region, ideology, people come to it with certain frames in mind through which the assessment will be filtered. So that's an extra layer, I think, of hazard to be identified and avoided. Erwin, I think why don't I stop there just to make sure we have plenty of room for questions. So the 2 points are deeper learning and the connection to contemporary events. And the other is this question of the problems of ideological and social bias in item construction. But the bottom line is being a critical consumer of current events and appreciative of truthiness.
Great, thanks, Chris. Kay, you're up.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Erwin, and thank you, everybody, for having me today. It's such an honor, and Chris is just making me really think. So it's really hard to kind of follow him. But I do have a short deck, so thank you, Tricia. So if we can move on to the next slide here. Danielle already went over what roadmap is really, really well. One thing I just want to focus on this particular slide is that, yes, the 7th theme exists, but also built out the inquiry as a main process of learning. And we made sure that there's an increase in depth and complexity, which should be running from grade kindergarten to 12th grade. And that's part of what I wanted to talk about as how we can start to think about assessment at large scale in a way that supports a framework like Educating for American Democracy, while also supporting student learning in as equitable a way possible. So let's move on to the next slide. So we're just sort of moving through. One more, please. Thank you. So, like Chris said, I really agree. There's the truth-seeking aspect of EAD that is part of why there's an inquiry put up as a process of learning, which both support the development of core understanding and competency, which includes things like actually exploring different types of ideas, different kinds of information from diverse but valid sources, and then deciding what they decide as what their opinions are, what the facts actually are, and what should be done. So what we have here in the visual is essentially how I think we built the EAD to be high integrity and highly diverse in terms of implementation, but supported by elements that I think of as a guardrails for making sure these core skills and core conceptual understanding is achieved for every student, though the pathway there may look really different. Some of those things are like actually having some constitutional democratic practices experienced and practiced by the students and educators. Depth over breadth would be another idea. We provide pedagogy guidance that does include assessment as a really important step to think about how educators themselves is a learning person and growing over time to utilize the information that come from formative assessment and summative assessment, and when it's available, to understand how student learning can be increased and for every student in their classroom. One of the things that we can think about doing when we think about the large scale monitoring of opportunity as they relate to the learning outcome are these things that are in the EAD to go through, starting with the understanding, but also exploring and seeking different kinds of information, historical, contemporary, and also seeking information and seeking understanding about each other. And then applying those knowledge that come from both facts and then about the context that they're learning about, whether it's a contemporary event or the cultural context that they operate in. It could be a classroom, it could be their community, and then analyzing and evaluate those information that's available to them so that they can act upon that information. So this is part of what Danielle was talking about earlier too, to solve some of the shared challenges that we have in civic life. Let's go to the next slide here, because I think when we think about then monitoring the outcome too, it becomes really complicated. So I have some fun pictures here as a way to think about what are we really measuring and what can we measure with regards to what students know and especially are capable of doing and are doing. And Erwin mentioned earlier, this is largely about survey as a methodology. So of course, we'll think about mixing some in-person or portfolio assessment or performance assessment with something like a survey assessment, but we still have to think a little bit more about exactly how can we expand these assessment, even at the large scale, as a way to think more about what it is that we're measuring. And is it aligning with what we want to teach if we were to think about EAD roadmap as the core framework for both designing assessment and then designing curriculum. In ideal world, we're still looking for what Chris just talked about, the ability to seek truth. And I would also add the ability to understand one another as really important core competency of civic life. And to do that, we need to maybe look at like how the students can understand the data, like on the kind of graph in the notepad at the top here, or is this about how students can demonstrate certain skill, like these stormtrooper riding bicycle together? Or is it about the climate in which the students live or students learn that really connects to the student outcome? So that's a thermostat in the middle. Or is this about the student's character, like the spice mix that you see? And how do we understand all these aspects of civic character, civic competency, civic skills and knowledge to understand what students are capable of doing? And can we do that at large scale? And of course, in order to do that well, we have to really think about how the assessments are aligned with what we actually want to measure, so valid, relevant to the context in which students live. And this is where big challenge comes, right? The students do live in diverse cultural, socioeconomic, and political contexts, and in addition to many, many other kinds of contexts. So in order for the assessments to be fair and bias-free, as in the same thing is measured for every student and showing the same competency should have the same score. To simplify that, that becomes really, really challenging. It's a technical issue as well as almost a political and philosophical issue as to how to do that. I want to wrap up with the last slide here, just to leave some thoughts here. So there's obviously a lot of room for designing place-based instruction embedded assessment in each and every classroom. That's something we say in EAD too, but at the large scale assessment, of course, we can signal to the public what major changes are happening. And sometimes that's when the public become awakened to understand that, well, we maybe really need to be doing something about history education, or we may really need to start voting, right? So that's one way to kind of think about that. We can also assess vertical progression of learning in the EAD context. We really made sure that the inquiry examples and the kinds of thematic questions that we're writing did build upon each other. So in a way, the students are asking like maybe a handful of really big questions, like how can we participate? And that question takes dozens of forms because it should change over time what students are capable of doing. So we need to be measuring that as well. And that's another challenge. But with innovation, I think we can really move beyond just understanding a score in a unidimensional way, like, oh, you're 150 or you're 175. And that's how public understands them. NAEP, for example, is designed in a much more complex way, but I think they understand as a public, every question is about the same weight. And every question is like the same, as opposed to this really detailed progression of difficulty level that you have. So how do public start to understand these kinds of assessment and its results, and then be able to use that for public policy making or movement among people who want positive changes in, say, state policies, so that they can start to actually trust the measures that, say, United States government produces as a large scale assessment, to believe what's happening is what they're really seeing in the scores. So I'll wrap up there so others have more time to think. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kay. I think the next speaker is Dr. Peggy Carr from NCES.
Thank you, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I want to first apologize. This is my first day back in the office, and you can see some of the light bulbs are going. So if you can't see me very well, I apologize in advance. Again, I'm Peggy Carr. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've been measuring assessment here at the National Center for Education Statistics. As you know, we are a statistical agency, and we assess the condition of education in the country at the national and the international level, and civics is a part of our portfolio. So I'm going to take you through the chronology, what we have been up to for the past 20 years or so. Next slide, please. This is a timeline. We started assessing civic knowledge back in 1969. You can go ahead and lay out, yes, there you go, my timeline for me. And you can see when we first measured this construct, we called it citizenship. and we collected the data for 9, 13, and 17-year-olds. We moved into a construct-based, a collective construct-based assessment in 1998, rather than item level, which was what we were doing in 69. In 1998, we measured students' civic knowledge and ability in 4th, 8th, and 12th grade students, not just the age. We also looked at the 4th, 8th, and 12th grade students. And we also included accommodations. We were adding accommodations to our portfolio back in 1998. It was a new construct, I should also point out, in 1998, which we used to assess students in 2006 and also in 2010. 4th, 8th, and 12th graders. Priorities changed a little bit, and in 2014, we only collected data from 4th graders. That really has been our path forward since that time. The last data collection was in 2018, and this was our opportunity to transition to digitally based assessment. We were doing paper and pencil, again with the same framework, but we had a chance to adapt the paper and pencil to digitally based formats. Next slide, please. So what is on the assessment? There are 5 content areas, as you see here. I won't read them to you for sake of time. But each of these content areas have running through them some themes, intellectual and participatory skills. As shown here, these skills are essential for effective citizenship, such as evaluating, taking, and defending positions on public issues. And then we have another set of thematic questions going through these content areas, shown here in the blue as civic disposition. Here we're talking about traits of public and private character, and these characters are essential to the preservation and improvement of American constitutional democracy, such as respecting individuals' worth and human dignity. That's what's on the assessment. In this next slide here, though, you'll see, if we go to, yes, we'll see what we've been actually picking up as a performance indicator for this construct. And you can see here it's been relatively flat. The asterisk indicates a significant difference from 2018. So higher today in 2018 than we measured in 1998, but well, whether it's meaningfully significant is another thought, but certainly significantly so. We also have percentiles from, if you will go ahead and hit the next animation here. You'll see the 5 percentiles we collect for most of our assessments, from the 10th to the 90th percentile. The asterisks are read in the same way, and pretty flat here. Although we can see the bottom of the distribution has improved slightly since the beginning in 1998. Scale scores, however, are not the only way that we understand the NAEP data. We have achievement levels, basic, proficient, and advanced, as delineated by the National Assessment Governing Board. In this next slide here, you'll see that overall, most of our students are in the basic range at that 49%. Students in the basic range should be able to define government, constitution, the rule of law, and politics. They should also be able to identify the fundamental principles of American democracy, so 49% of students. Now, where NAGB wants students to be, to strive for, would be the proficient range and above. If you take into account rounding, that's about 24%. And here you can see these are students that should understand and be able to explain the purposes that government should serve and recognize discrepancies between American ideals and actual reality. There's a range of distributions across the racial ethnic groups. You can see here in the next, yes, thank you, animation here. So the range is from 12% in the below basic range. That means students were not able to do the things that I just described, the 12% for Asians, to 48% for Black students. So quite a range and quite a difference. I thought it might be interesting to show you a little bit about what is actually on the assessment, although I think Andy might say a little bit more in his talk. So we can go to the next slide here. This is what you call an item map, where we do a psychometric mapping of where the items fall are likely to be answered correctly by students scoring in this particular range on the scale. And this is 0 to 300 point scale. And you can see the differentiation here also by basic, proficient, and advanced that I just described. The blue or green, I should say, the green describes those items that are really constructed response. The other items that are shown here are like multiple choice or discrete items. Let's look at what an advanced student is likely to be able to answer by hitting, if someone could hit my next animation here. You recognize this as the Declaration of Independence. Students were asked, what is more important after reading this, the individual or is it the government? And they select an answer and they give you 2 reasons why. So that's an advanced question. I thought that was interesting, but we're going to return to this in just a second. For proficient students, if we'll go to the next one, this is a poster. I've seen it before, maybe you have as well. It's pretty popular. Students are asked to explain the civic purpose of this wartime poster. My guess is that you can get that answer right quite quickly. And let's go to the next one for basic. This is a real simple question, really simple. Identify the term limit for a president. I asked them, well, could Franklin D. Roosevelt win a 4th term? So they would have to be able to answer that. And as I promised, I'm going to return to the Declaration of Independence for my next example here. That's basically what I showed you before, not quite all of the text, but students are asked to analyze the purpose of government expressed in the Declaration of Independence. So it's interesting that we use the same text and ask the questions slightly differently to differentiate different levels of knowledge and skills and application of those knowledge and skills. Next, please. A little bit about international. You know, unfortunately, we haven't participated in this assessment for a while. This is an IEA, International Assessment of Civics. They are going to be collecting these data again, I want to say in 2022. We will not be participating because of limited resources. But I thought it'd be interesting to show you that back in 1999, we were first, we ranked first, along with 11 other education systems. And I think there were like 26, 28 or 26 in this list here. So we look pretty good. I ponder if we would look this good today. Next slide, please. I want to say a little bit about PIAC, the Program for International Assessment of Adult Competencies. Even when questions come, we should ask Erwin to answer those questions. He really runs this assessment and knows it very well. But it's not the assessment so much that I want to make a point about. The background, the contextual questions that are asked of the participants, I think is the most important point to be made here. There are 3 components that are relevant in the background questionnaire: voluntary work, an indicator of social engagement, an important social outcome, political efficacy, and social trust, essential to stable functioning society. I have some data here I thought might be interesting to share in this next slide. So we look pretty good at first glance. We are 10th out of 36 systems. The adults were asked if they agreed that they have absolutely no influence on the government. And we, ranked not so bad. But when you think about it, in terms of the percentage, 37% of American adults believe that they do not have any effect on the government. That's not so good in the scheme of things. Next slide. So as I wrap up here, I want to say a little bit about the upcoming opportunities for the NAEP civics assessment. Currently, as I just indicated, we assessed in 2018, 8th grade. We will move on and collect another data. If I could have you to hit the animation, yes, just take it all the way through. In 22, the 8th graders will be assessed again. We'll be using that digitally based assessment that I've described. Again, in 26. In 2030, now I know that sounds like it's a long way off. I don't know, 9 years or so out, but we start actually preparing for this assessment many years before the assessment is actually operationalized. It takes about 5 years to develop a new framework, which we will have in 2030, and operationalize it, field test it, operationalize it, develop the items and so forth, and then administer it. But when we do in 2030, the goal is to collect data from 4th, 8th, and 12th graders. Going back to that, we're hoping to have some state level data at that time for 8th graders only. But it will be a 20-year gap for the 4th and 12th grade, I should point out. And my last slide here, I think, yes. Hopefully we'll have some lively discussion as we start on developing the new framework, as NAGPE starts on developing the new framework in just a few years from now. They'll start putting together a visioning panel. And hopefully we'll have an opportunity to do more than just have content areas. We'll have subscales, scenario-based tasks, interactive computer tasks, videos will take advantage of the latest and digitally based administration of these types of assessments. By then, we should be really good at it. And I also want to point out there is a bipartisan bill that's out now that's supporting a state level NAEP assessment. There is not a year, I would say, in recent years, in the past 10 or so, that I have been working with this program that someone from Congress hasn't put together some legislation or asked us about data to support a bill to have state level US history and civics data collection at the state level. So we'll see where this one goes. And then PIAC, Erwin, you can talk more about PIAC coming up in 2022 as well. So that's it. Thank you for the opportunities. And I too look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Peg. Our fourth and final panelist is Andrew Weiss from ETS.
Hello, everybody. I am very honored to be here and have an opportunity to talk a little bit about some aspects of NAEP that go a little bit beyond what Peggy in her overview was able to discuss, and also honored to be here among such distinguished colleagues and folks who are involved in civics. And speaking of the NAEP framework coming in 2030, which does sort of, as Peggy alluded, seem like a long way away. I mean, it is going, given the pace at which there has been change and research and new ideas coming out in the civic community, it's going to be a challenge, I think, to put together something that incorporates all the latest thinking and everything else. But I think there will be a lot of very qualified people working on it, and it should contribute quite a bit to the next generation of NAEP civics assessments. What I want to talk about, and just briefly today, is some work that we have been doing given the opportunity to, when we transitioned the NAEP assessment from paper and pencil to digital, we also took a look back at the framework and thought, well, what are some opportunities we have now to measure or better measure things that we have had trouble measuring in the past? Where has the field been going since this framework came out in the late 1990s? What have we not really been covering to the extent that we should? And it didn't take long, to conclude that, what NAEP has mostly been measuring in the past 20 years has been civic knowledge and intellectual skills, thinking about the categories that Peggy showed in her slide. We have done a poorer job in being able to measure the participatory skills and civic dispositions, although a call out to the framework writers from the mid-90s, who themselves were working off of the Center for Civic Education national standards, that they were thinking about those things at all. I think that that's pretty impressive. But the field has shifted considerably since the framework came out. And now I would say that a lot of practitioners would argue that it's really the civic skills, even more so than civic knowledge, that is what we should be trying to teach our children. They should be not just hypothesizing about how they might engage in some civic action. How would they contact their legislator, or how would they work with students to bring up an issue to their school administration? It has to be beyond the hypothetical. And how then do we try to measure that, especially in a large scale assessment, a survey assessment? So the answers weren't easy, although again, the move to a digital platform made things easier, because what we figured we could start doing was to provide certain kinds of simulated contexts in which we could measure these skills better than we had measured them in the past. In fact, the framework authors said specifically in the framework, we can't measure these things really, so a small portion of the questions should be directed at civic participatory skills, and a small portion should be directed at civic dispositions. But again, we can't measure them directly, so we'll do the best we can. That's essentially what the approach was. So what we would like to be able to do moving into the future is to make them more realistic, or as realistic as possible. Short of actually going out and following students around in their civic action projects and evaluating how well they do, which may be possible for a classroom teacher, but is probably not possible in a large scale assessment context. The best we can do is to provide some kind of virtual civic participatory environment and see how students do there. And that's where we started to focus some of our attention. Now, one of the things we looked at first was the creation of scenario-based tasks, and Peggy mentioned these. But even before we could develop those tasks, we had to say, well, what is it exactly that we want to measure? We know we want to get at these civic participatory skills. We want to try to get at disposition somehow. But what do they mean? What evidence would we look for to show in a test question, or in a series of questions, or in student actions in some kind of interactive task? What would we look for that would indicate that students actually can do any of these things? So we developed a series of models following a very rigorous process that we call evidence-centered design. We developed models that laid out in quite good detail the kinds of skills we want students to have. And again, we were drawing on the existing framework because that's what was guiding the NAEP construct. But we were able to flesh out these participatory skills in a way that allowed us to sort of break them down and start to think about the kinds of tasks that would elicit responses that would show evidence of actual students having these skills, or some portion of these skills, or not having these skills. So as I said, we started with scenario-based tasks, which at the time, which was now 6 or 7 years ago, we were creating within NAEP as sort of one-off tasks that would have to be programmed from scratch. We would think of them as 15 to 30 minutes in length, and we would create an environment and have a theme and certain targets of the content and the skills we wanted to measure. But they were they required a lot of work. They were quite expensive. And partway through that effort, we were asked to find a less expensive approach to all this. In the meantime, we are starting to develop a more sophisticated approach to how to create scenario-based tasks that makes it more modular, so that you don't have to create these things from scratch each time. And I think the future has great promise for these scenario-based tasks. But at any rate, what we ended up doing was turning towards something that we call interactive item components, which are essentially sort of tools that can be reused in with a series of items, or in a sort of scenario-based task construct, but without all the additional programming that's necessary around it. And so they could be reused, and they would each sort of focus on a skill or set of skills that they were designed to elicit from students. And I should say very quickly here that when we think of these skills, of the civic participatory skills, and what's really important in creating citizens who can participate in democracy, it's not just what we think of very narrowly as civics, but as the roadmap indicates, it includes a lot of historical knowledge and historical thinking skills as well. Now in NAEP, of course, we have separate assessments for civics and US history. And so we have to start thinking about how we can combine those two in a way so that we, in terms of measuring civics itself, we can get all the skills in there, not just the civics participatory skills, but also the historical thinking skills that we want students to have. It's part of the construct. And perhaps the new frameworks will undertake this, and they will bring these historical thinking skills within the civics framework. I personally like having also a separate US history assessment. I'm a historian by training. But within civics, we need to not limit the domain just because we have a separate assessment that is looking at US history knowledge and skills. At any rate, we developed these interactive item components. We were able to come up with several good ideas, some for history, some for civics, and one that covered both subjects. We were never able to operationalize these for a variety of reasons, but work can continue on them, and they do hold promise, I think, for being able to bring to the fore the kinds of things that people in the education community and in civic education and social studies education more broadly are now really concerned about, students having. So just very quickly, a couple of the different ones that we have come up with, and they have kind of bad names, but we were not very clever with this. One of these interactive item components we call the source container. And it's a pretty basic idea that allows, within the assessment context, it allows students to access a variety of different sources easily and sort of all at the same time. So it's not like page after page, but it's just a little folder system, and you can ask a variety of questions around these different sources, and they can be, about any subject you want. We designed them to be able to use all kinds of sources, whether they're text, video, audio, they could be political cartoons, works of art, anything you want. And you can set up the task in a variety of ways. You can, if you want, you can introduce one source and have students answer some questions about that source and then move on to another source. Or you can introduce all the sources at once and have students make sense of them as they choose. And then you can track these things with the questions that you ask and by looking at the record of students' interactions with the sources, what we call process data, and try to draw conclusions about students' abilities based on the way they go about working through these tasks and answering the questions. And as I said, we are using this, or we're proposing to use this kind of interactive item component for both civics and US history. You can certainly see its applicability to history, where sort of source reading is at the core, but it works very well with civics also because we want students to be able to read and understand and argue about a variety of different sources in civics. A couple of different kinds of tasks that we developed strictly for civics. One is a simulated search task where we have developed
Andy?
Yes, Erwin, sorry.
Can you try to wrap up in the next minute or so we have time for some questions?
Yes, yeah,
thanks.
Yeah. So the simulated search task, which is just a sort of a simulated search engine, because being able to find information and choose good information is central to sort of being an informed citizen. And then we also began work on one called a simulated conversation, which gets at skills that are really important in civics that we haven't been able to get at, which is, working with other people, coming to conclusions and consensus and building coalitions and things like that. We had some technical issues with that, so it's really not that far along, but I think that some updates are possible, and that holds a lot of promise. Sorry to run over, I'll stop there.
No problem, thanks, Andy. So let's try to go to some questions in the 10 minutes we have left. Greg asked the question about the fact that the US hasn't participated in an international large-scale assessment in quite some time, and asked whether or not there was any interest in doing so and whether we can move in that direction. So maybe Peggy could try to address that.
Yeah, we really wanted to participate in the upcoming civics assessment. It just did not make the cut. As you know, in the past few years, we've been, our goals have been a lot bolder than our pocketbooks can support. So we're going to be watching from afar this time around. But we'll see what happens the next time this is administered. And I think the IEA is going to administer this civics assessment in 2022. I think it's the next time. So it's already too late. I can't get in.
Right. Well, Chris asked, I think, a similar but broader question, which is, that it takes a long time to get these things up and running, and methodologies and the science of measurement are always evolving, yet there is an urgency for us to get information about not just civic knowledge and skills, but also dispositions. And so my take on what Chris is asking is similar to Greg's take, which is, do we really have to wait another 10 years before we do a national assessment? Couldn't something be done on a faster schedule? If I'm not representing you correctly, Chris, you can speak eloquently for yourself. So I don't know, Peggy or anybody else want to try to take on that question?
I just think there must be a way to do it that's not business as usual, because we're facing a socio-political challenge that is not just unusual, but extraordinary.
Well, that's an interesting thought. One of the things IES wants to do is to develop a new version of the fast response survey. For those of us who've been around for a while, you remember we used to do those. We'll get them up and running and then out the door in 12 months. But what we're doing now are monthly data collections for NAEP, and we're going to be moving that type of methodology over to NCES, collecting data from a wide range of interesting areas and indicators. So let's say let's not say no. Maybe you got a point. Let's think about it. Maybe there are some opportunities that don't require us to do huge data collection, large scale data collection at the cognitive level. We'll see, Chris.
Thanks, Peggy.
I also want to jump in really quickly to wonder about sort of the kind of what Andy was saying about maybe there's less need to assess like broad range of concrete knowledge, but more need on like skills to seek truth or seek information. So that really interesting to me. So there's potentially a time saver in not having to have a panel to surface the range of knowledge that we need to have. And then that part takes a huge amount of time, maybe less so if we're really thinking about the kind of the skills to do some of the civic tasks. That may be naive, but it seems like that's part of the thing, right?
Remember, it's also a political moment on these issues, right? We were talking earlier about the interest in Congress, the bipartisan interest in Congress. I think the sort of thing that Peggy was talking about might very well find an audience on the Hill for money to boost it, because they feel a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
So another question came from Kathleen, who I think this is to anybody on the panel who wants to try to answer it. She was interested if someone could speak to the role that literacy plays in all of these assessments, and especially in an assessment like civics.
Well, there's certainly a lot of reading, if that's where she's going. It's probably not a surprise to learn that our constructed response questions, those that require students to respond and provide a little short answer, those are harder. I show that item map. Even with, that the question I asked about, we asked about the Constitution, you could see that when we asked students to give a response, it mapped a lot higher than we asked them just a real fact question about it's the Declaration of Independence. Now that I think about it, yeah. So yeah, it takes more effort, more skill, more reading and decoding skills to understand what you're actually being asked. There's no magic bullet. I don't have any data to say that is related to their ability to read, but clearly there's a correlation.
Yeah, and I think it relates to the comments at the beginning of this session, where we need to look at civic education in the context of cross-disciplinary knowledge, and not just think of it as an independent set of skills and knowledge. I'd like to go back. I'm sorry, is somebody going to respond?
I was just going to add a thought. It does seem that, for say text-heavy items or tasks, that it would disadvantage students whose reading levels are not that high. But those students may still have certain kinds of civic skills that we would want to be able to measure. And we should think about whether we can develop tasks that get at important civic skills without the high reading load through some kind of simulation. There's no reason why students shouldn't necessarily, although reading is an important civic skill, absolutely. It may be that we can measure, whether students can get along with their classmates, come to agreement without, resorting to a fist fight, without having them need to read a lot of stuff, to set up, tasks like that so that we can make, draw some kinds of conclusions across the spectrum.
Okay, thanks, Andy. I'd like to ask Chris a question, and then anybody else could jump in. When we were talking a couple of weeks ago, Chris, you raised, I thought, a really important and interesting point around, do we know or could we articulate the knowledge and skills that we would expect both kids and adults to acquire at different points along their development. So if we're looking at 4th, 8th, 12th, and then higher ed or beyond. One of the things that I know for sure is that frameworks and the development of frameworks are a critical central part of all of these large scale assessments. So my question is, do you think it's feasible to be able to develop consensus around a broad framework that connects students with adults in terms of what they should know and be able to do in terms of their civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions all along the educational and post-educational pathway? Or do you think that's just not really feasible?
It seems to me it's absolutely feasible. And I mean, if you think of it as what do we want an 8th grader to know so that they're on track for our expectations when they finish high school, so that they're on track to be able to participate effectively in voting, in local civic action, et cetera. And look, I have trouble in my family deciding whether in the morning to go to the bakery and get chocolate chip cookies or oatmeal raisin cookies. Okay. Now, what's a good strategy for making that decision? Now, you know, that's something we would like a 4th grader to say, well, let's take a vote or something, or so I think there are ways of identifying important building blocks for the more sophisticated problem solving that we want to be able to. I mean, another way of thinking about it is if you want to get that right outcome at grade 12, you can't start in grade 9. That's all I got.
Well, maybe we can talk Peggy into getting funding that you could chair another group to build this broad framework.
That'd be great. But listen, while you lend me the microphone, I just want to say one other thing, and that's that to me, this is a huge equity issue also. And because if you think that our goal here is to make citizenship for the individual a richer, more affirming, more efficacious sort of experience, you know, that obviously should not be something where we see huge disparities in subgroups, racial, ethnic, class. It needs to be on the equity agenda.
I agree, and it's just past 2 o'clock, so I think we have to let that be the last word. So I just want to thank all of the panelists for their contributions, and for those of you in the session for your questions. So we're scheduled to take a 15-minute break. Just to remind you, please don't sign off and back on, just leave yourself in, and we'll reconvene at 2:15. Where we'll have the second panel that's going to deal with classroom assessments. Thanks again.
Thank you, Erwin.
All right, welcome back. And I'm happy to launch our second panel discussion. Assessments of civic learning opportunities and outcomes can be used for a variety of purposes. So the previous session focused on large-scale assessments and their uses as tools for monitoring. In this session, we turn to the classroom and we'll explore the use of assessments for informing instruction. If you've ever tried to teach someone how to do something, you know how important frequent assessment of their progress is for helping you adjust your teaching approach. But good assessments at the classroom level aren't always available for civics. And of course, civic assessment doesn't necessarily involve a formal test. There are lots of ways teachers assess student learning, and you'll hear about some of those today. In addition, as we discussed during the Q&A after Danielle's talk, Civic learning and assessment aren't limited to social studies classes, so we'll talk a bit about how other academic disciplines can support civic learning and how assessment can happen in those classrooms as well. So we have a fabulous set of panelists. Up first is Joseph Kahn. He is the Ted and Joe Dutton Presidential Professor for Education Policy and Politics and the co-director of the Civic Engagement Research Group at UC Riverside. Then we'll hear from Julia Kaufman. She's a senior policy researcher and co-director of the American Educator Panels at RAND. Up third is my ETS colleague, Lei Liu. She's a senior research scientist who co-leads ETS's K-12 Teaching, Learning, and Assessment Center. And finally, we have Kimberly Eckert, the Dean of Undergraduate Studies for Oxford Teachers College at Reach University, who also continues to teach high school in West Baton Rouge schools. Kim was the 2018 Louisiana Teacher of the Year, among her many other accomplishments. You can learn more about these speakers on the conference website. They're an impressive bunch, and I'm excited to hear their presentations and engage in a discussion with them and with all of you. So I'll turn it over to Joe to start. And as in the first panel, we'll have each presenter talk for around 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll use the chat for Q&A. So take it away, Joe.
Great, thank you so much, Laura. And I'm gonna share my screen, and if something goes wrong, people just give a shout out and I'll figure out what I'm doing wrong, hopefully. So I'm hoping that folks can see that. I'm going to start us off here just with a presentation about work we've been doing in Chicago now for a bunch of years, and describing Chicago's model for assessing civics reform, because it does really aim to support both district leadership and the folks working in professional development at the district, as well as schools, teachers, and principals in trying to promote civics. The context in Chicago, as some of you may well know, is that the district, almost now for 10 years, has been focused meaningfully on supporting civic education. As part of the continuous improvement process of the schools, you can pick from among 19 goals, you pick 3 of them and you work on them for 2 years at a time. And one of those options is civic engagement, and more than 100 schools focus on that. That we have been able to add to support assessment, to support the process of continuous improvement, items relating to civic learning opportunities and civic outcomes, as well as social studies practices, to the district survey, the 5E survey that all 4th through 12th graders take. And I want to underscore here that we're focusing in the survey both on opportunities, learning opportunities, as well as outcomes, because we really want to create ways of attending to whether or not schools are providing equitable and significant learning opportunities to their students.
Hey, Joe, we're only seeing a white screen.
Yep.
I was afraid of that. Thank you. Are you seeing it now?
Why don't you unshare and try sharing again?
Yeah. Okay, so now we're unshared, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay, I apologize, everybody. Here we go. I will skip through this, but thank you for letting me know. So the strategy has been to use data to focus attention on both opportunities and outcomes, which I'd mentioned, to examine.
I want to put it in presentation mode.
It's not in presentation mode?
No.
Oh, God. I can't. It's not getting out of this. You know what? I'm wondering if it may be best to. I apologize. Patricia, is it possible for you to share the presentation? Thank you so much. So we can skip through that whole slide. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to put up all the things on this. So the goal is to use data to focus attention on opportunities and outcomes, to be able to examine patterns and relationships. And primarily at both the school and the district level, it's really to spark valuable conversations, more than it is to sort of prove that this or that is working. That if we want to use assessment to sort of drive improved practice, it's really going to be through those reflective conversations and strategic planning that's going to happen. And that a big part of the Chicago model, it's a low stakes model of assessment with respect to civics, is to try to avoid the kind of dysfunctional dynamic you can get into when people are excessively focused on trying to make their numbers look good rather than trying to figure out what are the things we want to work on as a school. Because if we're asking about, say, 20 different kinds of civic learning opportunities, a school may not decide to focus on all 20. We may decide to focus on 4 or 5 of them. We don't want the assessment imperative to be getting in the way of a school taking a serious focus on focusing on what they want to focus on to promote better learning opportunities. Next slide. So the structure, we try to pay a lot of attention to district values. We focus on practices where research has found a positive impact on desired outcomes, but our focus on district values means that we are not trying to be too beholden to what we might think of as best practices as identified, say, by the civic ed community or by research, in a way that doesn't align with the way in which the district is communicating what it is that they're focused on. So we really try to bring the district values in there. We give a school report to every school as well as a district report so that there's opportunities for schools to really think about how they're doing as well as to compare how they're doing with how other schools that are similar are doing with respect to both opportunities and outcomes. Next slide. And so I'll just give an example of a couple of the kinds of findings that are possible with this sort of an assessment approach. For example, you can find out that selective schools tend to provide more of these opportunities or of this particular opportunity than non-selective schools. Next slide. The same question, and we find out that English learners get fewer of these opportunities than non-English learners. Well, this isn't unique to Chicago. One of the things this kind of thing leads to has then been opportunities to talk with the folks who are looking at English learners and trying to support English learners. And they look at this and they say, we can obviously teach what we want to do while engaging young people in discussion of current events. And so it can highlight a need or something to focus on. Next slide. And then similarly, this is, one of the schools in Chicago finds out that they're low on this. They might be high on the service learning measure. They might be high on responsiveness to student voice, but they're low on this. This gives them, something they can then talk about, again, in a low stakes way. But because teachers do recognize the importance of these things, and we can obviously have professional development that helps people think more about them, it gives them a way of saying, okay, so why are we doing so much less of this than some other schools? What might we do? Or some schools might find, oh, we're way above average on this. That's interesting. That's something to really be proud of or to think about. Next slide. So a lot of this is, this statement from Tony Bright sort of summarizes a lot of our thinking here, that it's very hard to improve at scale if you can't articulate what it is that you're trying to improve. It's not to say measurement gets you all the way there or assessment is all you need, but it is to say that it's valuable to point people in the direction of some of the both learning opportunities and outcomes that we care about. Next slide. So what are some of the things we've learned in the process? So first, if you can click, there we go. The first one is that the key is not the data or the findings. In other words, it's not that, oh, we're at 13%. That's a perfect, representation of exactly what we're doing in classrooms. It doesn't work that way. It's not that precise. But it's that looking at those numbers can lead to a productive conversation about what is it that we're trying to do? Why might these numbers look a little low, or why might they look high, or what could we do to move it? It's that conversation that we're really trying to support, as well as the focus on learning opportunities that are really valued both by the district, by the school, and by and that research shows are very important. One of the key things is getting the data to schools in time for planning. I know that sounds basic, but that's been one of the big challenges, to be honest, for a whole bunch of reasons. And then a key thing is aligning these indicators with district and school practices more than best practices. We've found that sometimes, and as we've modified the surveys over the years, that the focus on best practices, while we were excited about them, frequently got no play as the schools talked about them because it just wasn't what they were focused on. So figuring out how to word these questions in ways that speak to what the schools are trying to do is really essential. I mean, it's not the biggest surprise in the world, but it's important to be attentive to as one thinks about these kinds of assessment strategies. And last slide. So that's it. Thank you so much. Obviously, just giving a thumbnail sketch of what we've been doing, and happy to talk more about it. And thank you for bearing with my technical incapacities.
If that's the worst of our technical problems today, this will be a success. So thanks so much, Joe. That was a really interesting look at how schools can use that kind of data for improvement. So I think next up is Julia, and Trish will show her screen. There we go. All right, Julia, you're up.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Trish, for sharing your screen. I'd much prefer that. So I'm really pleased to be here among these other great scholars and educators, and especially my close colleague and friend, Laura Hamilton, who recently left us at RAND for a really wonderful opportunity at ETS. Laura, so happy for you. But anytime you're feeling like this ETS thing isn't working out, I'm sure we'd welcome you back and definitely mourn your loss. Although you're still my friend and collaborator as per this presentation. Today, I'm going to focus on results from a survey project that Laura and I actually did together to learn how social studies teachers are addressing civic education in K-12 classrooms across the United States through nationally representative survey data from our RAND American Educator panels. One of the points I want to emphasize here is that the more we learn about what teachers are doing to address student civic development in their classrooms, the better we can understand how to improve student civic learning. And so if you go to the next slide, please. So one of the big points I think of this slide is that when studies look at learning outcomes, and it's not just in civics or social studies, of course, it's in math, it's in English language arts, we often look at how outcomes are related to particular policies or curriculum materials or programs, but they skip that intermediary step of understanding how teachers' instruction operates as kind of a critical mediator between the policies, programs, or curriculum and student outcomes. And that's a problem because we can't improve what and how students are learning if we aren't improving teacher instruction. And if we don't see improvements to instruction, we're likely not going to see improvements to civic learning. So we need to understand what's happening in that black box, as many people refer to it, on the ground in classrooms in response to policies or programs before we can understand how to improve student learning. So the study that I mentioned is a first step in that direction, a very preliminary step, by just trying to understand what US teachers are doing to address civic education based on their survey self-reports, and what might support them to address civic education more. Next slide, please. So we asked about a range of civics instructional practices that teachers can engage in the classroom. And so we asked about civic topics emphasized, civic instructional approaches emphasized, and civic skills emphasized. We picked from items that were already in existing surveys, like the International Civic and Citizenship Study, the UCLA Institute for Democracy, Education and Access US School Principals Survey, but we also included other items that we created reflecting promising instructional approaches for addressing student civic development that are advocated for by civic education scholars and several recent reports. So instead of getting into how much teachers are addressing all of these, what I'm going to talk about are the factors that appear to be significantly related to how much emphasis teachers say that they place upon these things, upon civic topics, instructional approaches, and skills. We conducted a lot of regression analysis with variables from demographics of schools to teacher level variables to understand what is truly related to a greater emphasis on these various scales. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is the relationship between training and more emphasis on these topics. If teachers reported that they had undertaken any pre-service or in-service training to support students' civic knowledge, skills, or dispositions, that was significantly related to more emphasis on civic topics, more emphasis on civic instructional approaches, and more emphasis on civic related approaches. Not saying the training causes teachers to emphasize these things necessarily. The relationship could be bidirectional and related to other factors. A certain kind of teacher could seek out pre-service or in-service training on civic development and also report emphasizing these things. Nonetheless, there's this clear, significant relationship that suggests that if we could just train our teachers more in these areas, they would address them more in the classroom. And incidentally, the percentage of teachers who reported receiving any training on civic knowledge, skills, or dispositions was relatively low, only about 50% of elementary teachers of all subjects, and then 75% of secondary social studies teachers. These are teachers that we expect to be addressing social studies, reported that they had actually received any pre-service or in-service training. Next slide, please. So other things that were related to more emphasis on civic topics, approaches, and skills were first, teachers' belief that civic development is absolutely essential. That's not a big surprise, right? If they think it's essential, they're going to address it in the classroom. But most teachers we surveyed indicated that civic development was important, but not essential. So only 39% of elementary teachers said that student civic development was essential. Even among secondary social studies teachers, only 63% said it was absolutely essential. Others said it's important, but not essential. And that belief in how important civic development is related to how much teachers say that they're addressing these things. Another thing that seems to be related closely is teachers' awareness that their state even has any state adopted standards related to civic development. We asked teachers whether their state had adopted standards related to civic development and said, for example, social studies or civics instruction standards. All states have some form of standards in those areas, but only 56% of elementary teachers and 83% of secondary social studies teachers said yes. My state has adopted standards related to student civic development. Next slide, please. And then, oh, go back again. And then there were other things about the teacher that were related to whether they addressed these things. Being a secondary social studies teacher, unsurprisingly, versus an elementary teacher of all subjects, was related to how much emphasis teachers said they placed on these things. Being a teacher of color was predictive of more emphasis on civic topics. Being a teacher of English learners, which is interesting given what Joe shared about English learners perhaps getting less civic development instruction, teachers of English learners reported doing it more. So these are just types of teachers that may be in every school who may be addressing these things more. Next slide, please. Now, teachers did report some obstacles to addressing student civic development, and some of these will not be surprising to you. But at the elementary level in particular, pressure to cover other content such as reading and math was a big one, a major obstacle for over half of elementary teachers to addressing civic development. So everything that's been said so far at this conference absolutely is the case, that other subjects can take away from a focus on civic development. And if we can kind of combine disciplines in various ways, maybe that's a way to be addressing it more. So last slide. So this data tells us a lot of things, but one big takeaway for us is that we really need a learning agenda for teachers as well as students in terms of civic education. We need to build teachers' awareness and learning if they're not getting any training in pre-service or in-service, and many teachers said that was the case. That needs to change. How can teacher preparation programs, especially at the elementary level when teachers are doing a lot of different instruction, how can they also make sure that teachers get some training on how to address civic education in the classroom? How can in-service professional development address those things? Teacher professional learning communities, right? We see that certain types of teachers of color in some cases, English language learning teachers, secondary teachers, seem to address civic topics and approaches more. Can we bring them together to work with each other and talk with each other about how they're addressing civic education? So building teachers' awareness and learning is one thing. The next is just monitoring opportunities for teacher learning alongside measures of instruction. So measuring instruction as well as opportunities for teacher learning in order to understand how teachers' instruction can be improved, what is improving, what supports improvement. And then lastly, and relatedly, a need for a civic education teacher learning research agenda so that we can really study the inputs to teachers' instruction and how civic education initiatives actually improve teachers' understanding, influence their beliefs, and influence what they do in the classroom. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Julia. Yeah, I really appreciate in particular the focus on the need for a teacher learning agenda. We talk a lot about student opportunities to learn and not nearly enough about teachers' opportunity to learn. And Julia's work, by the way, kind of addresses this issue across different disciplines. And it's been so great to have her, contributing that expertise to this civics area in particular. So I'm excited now to turn the panel over to my ETS colleague, Lei.
So thanks, Trish, for running the slides for me. As we have heard several times that the nature of cross-disciplinary civic learning emerged in our past discussion already. So today I'm really honored to share our preliminary research on science learning with a civic goal through classroom assessments. Next, please. So as we all know, educators, researchers, and parents have been concerned about growing disinformation and misinformation on the internet and media in this digital age. So what does it mean for students to be misinformed about science? As Walt mentioned in his opening remarks, it's likely misleading our younger generation with conspiracy theories and misinformation. So being misinformed could lead to believing in counterfactual claims inconsistent with the best available science, or making decisions not based on credible information. So in terms of science learning, it is a barrier to desired scientific processes and epistemic practices beneficial to lifelong learners. So here are some three outstanding examples. Many students have been exposed in the past decades about climate change, vaccines, and bee disappearance even. So the third example actually was brought to me by my 9-year-old, and he was asking me, "Mom, is this right that a bee disappeared off the face of the earth? Man could only have 4 years left to live." I think he saw a bee, flying around in our house, and then he was afraid to kill them because he doesn't want to die after 6 months. So for 4 years. So all this information actually is really concerning that, about how our kids actually consume and absorb this information. Next, please. So here is a quote from a recent conversation that we had with a New Jersey science teacher in the context of implementing the topic of climate change in her classroom. So she said, "The kids hear a lot about climate change and it's something they're very interested in. However, there are a lot of misinformation that they are hearing from media." So this science teacher shared her concern about during her implementation, she was really concerned about how students can really make judgments and also use some of the information that they have access on the, on the internet or the media information. So next. Next slide, please. So when we think about the, educational goals for civics and next generation science, we could identify a lot of overlaps. So for civics, specifically for civics education, they aim to produce strong team members who ensure that all views and experiences will be heard, and also to promote America's ideas of equity and opportunity, prepare students to be activists for a fair and just society through effective communication, and support students to understand the world around them, to read and digest the news, and to develop informed opinions and back them up with facts. And then for science education, we aim to make sense of the natural phenomena and design systems through engaging students in science and engineering practices and applying disciplinary knowledge and cross-cutting concepts. And also we aim to help students to communicate and engage with the public on how science works, and also to stimulate students' interest in science learning in general, and also to prepare students for college, careers, and citizenship. So if we marry science with civics together, we may be able to achieve some grand educational goals, such as making sense of the world, building science for the public good, preparing students ready for a healthy civic life, and contributing to appropriate decision-making processes. So in our recent, given all these shared goals, next slide, please. So we initiated a project focusing on how can we support science teachers to bring civics into their classrooms. And in this project, we adapted the science performance expectations for those who are familiar with the next generation science standards. Performance expectation basically are the desired learning outcomes for science. In this, you can see there are 3 dimensions listed here. Of course, I don't expect you to read all the text here, but this is one example, middle school science performance expectations in the standards, where we include the practices, core ideas, cross-cutting concepts that's required by the science standards. So in our project, we actually added in the civics dimension into the performance expectation. For example, in this performance expectation, focusing on human impact on the Earth's systems, we added the civic skills, focusing on citing evidence, evaluating personal, interpersonal, community, and institutional impacts, collaboration, and respect, to discuss the multiple positions, sense of civic duty, and concern for the welfare of community. So this is an example of how we adapt a middle school PE on human impact on the Earth system by connecting the civic skills into the science learning process. So this adapted PE will guide the development of assessment tasks to address both the civics and science learning purposes. So through this kind of work, we're hoping that in our recent conversation with the science teachers, they were actually also struggling about, they have enough science teaching experience to implement the science piece. However, they need a lot of help and training on how can I organically bring in the civics components into my classrooms. Just to echo what Julia mentioned earlier about the needs of training teachers on how and how to enact in their classrooms. So next slide, please. Oops. It seems like we're missing one slide here. Anyway, so of course, there are a lot of future research needed to connect civics and science organically, and also support science, teacher enactment in classrooms. For example, we need some more very detailed, specific frameworks built in to support integrating civics with science. So PE adaptation is one approach. I'm sure there are other approaches out there. And also, we need to conduct empirical studies to evaluate the efficacy of this intervention, and providing some, of course, we need some professional support for teachers, and also sharing successful and also some not so successful examples to demonstrate how this actually works, what works when and well. I think that's the last slide of my.
Great. Thank you, Lei. I think this bridging of civics and science is so exciting and important, and hopefully we can talk a little bit more about it during the Q&A. And so now I'm pleased to turn it over to our final panelist, Kim, who brings a really valuable perspective. We've been talking a lot about work with teachers, and Kim has spent a lot of time in the classroom herself and excelled at it. So we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts, Kim.
Thank you so much, Lauren. I'm so excited. I'm like at the best PD right now. I'm taking so many notes. So thank you, Joe and Lei and Julia. This is just so exciting that we're even here having these conversations. Like, our time is now. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Okay. And I'm going to try to like temper my excitement because it could get out of hand. But I'm gonna bring it together. I'm gonna adult for you. Okay. So I'm going to start this off, and I'm just going to let you know. So now I still teach high school. No matter what my other job is, I'm never leaving my classroom. Like, you heard it here first. I'm just not. It's the reason why I do everything else. And so I started off as a special education teacher, sometimes self-contained, students with emotional disturbances, and then explicitly an inclusion teacher, and then a reading interventionist, and then an English teacher. And I still taught inclusion within that space and honors. So it's been super interesting. And I'm always like, put me where you need me. And so that's really why I've got the experience that I've gotten, the honor to have worked with so many different types of children. So this is a picture of room 104 in Bruley, Louisiana, right? Room 104, where it goes down. And the reason why it goes down, the reason why I'm so excited, we're about to start school again. Every single year, there's literally going to enter into the classroom 125 solutions to a problem. And no matter what I've taught, being able to see the truth of that before me has been an absolutely incredible experience. And I think that the biggest mistake we can make in education is not to really nurture that reality that every single kid is the solution to some problem, whether it currently exists or it's unimagined. And if we're not harnessing that, and if kids are going through 13 years or a classroom is the least realistic place they've ever gone, how can we say that's an education? So I want to tell you a little bit. I got to introduce you to this student of mine. This is Dedrick. And it's interesting, and I always feel so fraudulent whenever I hear about like my Teacher of the Year awards. And it's because within a few weeks of the day that I was named Teacher of the Year, this amazing student, Dedrick, I got some news about him. I taught him whenever he was in 7th and 8th grade in reading intervention. Sweetest kid, sweetest smile. He loved feedback. Like, if I didn't give him enough, he'd come back and ask for more. He loved to be told what he did well. And then, like I said, within a few weeks of entering the building again as the Teacher of the Year, this child was shot to death. He was involved in some illegal activity. And I posted the other picture too at the bottom, because I also taught 2 of the students who killed him. And that's some heavy stuff. And so I need you to understand the urgency for me in this work. We don't have time to let ourselves off the hook as educators and anybody who deals in education, because I know whenever I taught Dedrick, I really didn't expose him to any opportunities to be the hero of a story. And there's so many students who are just like him, where the real world is going on around them all the time. And we keep threatening that it's going to happen when they leave us. Like, every day they wake up, it's not there. And we know what it looks like whenever kids aren't prepared to pass life's test. Because I got these kids to pass our state test, right? But I didn't get them to pass life's test. Like, I failed them and they failed life's test. But they're not the only ones. I've also taught students who only perform if someone's watching and only perform if there's an A being dangled on the test. And I think that that's an interesting way to look at this all. So a quote that you really ought to hold on to is old Mark Twain: "I've never let my schooling interfere with my education." And I think about that all the time. And so really the past 10 years of my career, I'm entering the 14th year now, I really took this to heart and start to think about all the ways that I could like be whatever my students needed, no matter what subject I was teaching them. How can I help you understand your duties, your responsibility, that society out there, that is your community, and everything that you are makes it better. And really I spend every year trying everything I can to make them believe that. The reality is there, but can they believe it by the end of a year with me? And so for the next couple of slides, I'm really just going to tell you stories, and I've got to show you through pictures, because if I didn't, you wouldn't believe me. You wouldn't believe what these kids are accomplishing. So in my class, no matter what I'm teaching, because as you can see, I've taught a lot. I do a lot of remediation still. I do a lot of 80-20 time, where we're going hard 4 days a week. And on that 5th day, it's sacred. I don't care whose test is coming up. That is our time to inquire, to really solve problems based in our community and what we care about. Because I learned very early on, students and people, we only bother to solve problems that we care about. And so the more I can expose them to through current events towards listening to the community and listening to themselves and trusting themselves, the more I get them to sort of unleash everything that they are. And that makes a really fervent energy for learning in my class. So the middle picture, I'll never forget, these girls made a scholarship. They literally baked cookies all year because they wanted to award students who come from backgrounds and they've made a lot of progress, but they're not necessarily the students who are getting all the scholarship. They wanted students with poverty to have a chance to actually go to school debt-free. That's amazing. These are 16-year-old kids. And I'm going to move on because I could really talk forever. The pink shirts on the left, those were 6th grade students. Most of them were in special education. They started their own Girls in the Run running group. We invited people from the community. We ran probably 7 or 8 5Ks, even raising money for shoes because they didn't have proper shoes. And that was really amazing. And the community connection, the civic obligation, is they really bridged work with elderly people in the community to get them fit as well. The picture on the right, it was funny because Julia was talking about IDEA and Title IX, like gender issues. My kids are so into that. And so wherever they're there, that's what Friday's going to be. So you can see the students like presenting to tell us about inequity. They're 16. That's wild. And then at the bottom, my students took a real interest in other students with visual impairments, and they realized that our community does a terrible job in terms of access. Kids with visual impairments can't even go to a football game. So they spent some time at the school for the visually impaired to find out how they make things accessible. And then they came back to our community and did some landscape analysis and really did a good job opening our eyes to that. I need you to see some other things. I think the global goals for sustainability are pretty groovy. So these are students who raised money for sanitary items. They realized after they polled the entire student body that girls tend to check out whenever they're having their monthly cycle. So they got the community to come in and like do donorship so that nobody would have to leave school if they were on their period at school. Actually, they got me more bold about saying that word even. On the right, this is us at Angola State Penitentiary. They were learning about lack of access to education. They learned that a lot of people in Angola never finished school, over 80%. That mattered to my kids. The bottom right, students got a real problem with the word retard being used. And so they got part of the initiative to stop the word and spread the word and made buttons and handed them out to people within the community. And then the bottom left, they started a gay straight alliance. They were tired of their friends committing suicide. They care so much. They just needed a channel. So I'm going to go on because you're going to wonder, like, how do you do this, right? And that's a very fair question. So we start with a lot of brainstorming. One of my biggest problems is to teach my students how to question, how to know that it's okay to have stuff. Like that you can change something, you can make it better, you can improve it. I don't need you to wait till you're 18. You can do it now. You may not be able to do it the same way you could if you were 40, right? But you could do it awesomely because of your connections in your community right now. We also spend a lot of time sort of planning, like, why is this important to you, kid? Like, tell me, make me believe it. We've spent a lot of time on pitches because I want them to go out into their communities and ask for what they need. That's simple self-advocacy. And we know what it looks like when people don't have it, whenever they don't feel like they're heard. January 6th is an example of people who didn't feel like they were heard. So I want my students to know how to advocate for what they need and be able to explain it to me and get people to believe in it. This is our work around global goals. And you can see highlighted, that's where the idea for this massive school-wide tampon dispenser came through. But all of these things happened. And it's at the point where I don't even worry about what's going to happen anymore. Like, I'm ready. Whatever you need to learn is what I'm going to teach you to get there. But the projects are all their own. And these were the ones that they cared the most about in this particular year, last year. Constant feedback is something here. You can see this list, like comments from Miss Becker. I push them hard. Like, how's that going to work? Is that like, this kid wanted to do psychological projects? That's creepy. Like, I don't know. Like, tell me more about that. But a lot of interaction with an actual adult who's interested in listening and pushing you to think about how that's going to be better. So we ask ourselves, that's the point of today's meeting, right? What gets measured? Whatever I want to be measured is what I measure, right? To me, it's the critical skills, it's problem solving, it's effective project planning, it's their ability to be resilient and to have the sustainability, the stamina to get through something, even whenever doors are closing in your face. And so a lot of that, these are websites they make. Oh my God, they're so cool. I'm gonna keep going though. A lot of this comes down to rubrics. This is a rubric that I made like super early in my career. And it still does the trick, you know, it's pretty neat. So, you know, creativity and their grit and their hustle, which is super hard to measure, PS. But you'll see there's an evolution of me as well, because I'm trying to kill it every year, right? I'm trying to slay. I keep working to get better. So now I've gotten a lot more complex, like specifically critical thinking, like elements of thinking are what I'm looking for here, or like collaborating, or their living skills, like purposeful actions towards their goal achievement. And then I wanted to show you this because what about the test, right? We can't get out of standardized tests in K-12 education. And what the area that I'm in literacy. I don't want to get out of it. I need my kids to read. I need them to communicate and develop 21st century skills because I need them to be like badasses that can slay whenever they graduate. And I'm pretty unapologetic about that. So this is SLT data. This is from Scholastic's SRI. So we're getting real here. And the data here, this is me, I'm their teacher. And yes, this is realistic. There are some students that had some lapses, but this is like 150 kids. And not only are they growing, they're growing astronomically more than their peers. How do I know that? I've been a reading coach for a lot of years now. And it's interesting, once I started to really be bold and really unapologetic. No, on Fridays, we're doing 80-20, I guess 20%, we're doing our civic stuff on that day. Our scores have gone through the roof. And then ELA benchmark data. This comes from the district. And I have a trick I'm going to tell you, but you can see here it's all green. Not only are they performing astronomically, they're all in the exceptional attainment range. And I have a fun thing to tell you. I have them take the next grade levels benchmark. That's what I actually test myself against. Like, near grade level, we don't have time for that. A lot of my kids come to me behind. So I'm going to take us back to where we were and just leave you with this. The biggest test, life's test, right? So last year, whenever COVID shut everything down, my kids still came to class like every single day. And it's funny, there was no test last year. And every single box for a civically engaged human being, they brought it. So they were hosting Twitter chats about how are you handling quarantine, like directed towards their peers. How many adults were doing that? How many adults were doing that for kids, like actually reaching out to find out about their mental health? My students were. And then I was looking at the bottom this past fall, they were looking at culturally responsive practices. They were heavily impacted by the events of last summer, the murders that went on and the protesting, which they did a lot of that. And they planned, they came to class all summer. It was weird. Like, can we have class? Yes, we can have class. And then on the right, it's just, they actually started to read aloud materials for students with disabilities because they knew that without access to schools, those kids weren't going to be able to access grade level material. So they went to town, like recording any assignment and like giving them to teachers so they could put them in their Google Classroom. Again, that's so much care. And my students are so special, but they're not unique. They're in every classroom, every single classroom, everywhere in our country. And it's really up to us to harness that and really be the team they need us to be so we can make the world we need them to make. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. That was just, I mean, it was truly inspiring to hear all of your stories about your students, and your enthusiasm is infectious. I want to take a class from you. So with that, let's, I think we can launch into the discussion. And so the first question that's come in, and this is from Kathleen. So it's to Kim, but I'd welcome the rest of you to chime in as well. So thank you for sharing these stories. Love to your students and your collective work. So ditto that. Can you share about some of the school community supports, such as time, funding, or partnerships that enable these projects to come to fruition?
Absolutely. And you would think that that would be an issue. And it comes down to really like the empowerment and elevating student voice. If it was only me, this would be really hard. But I'm a literacy teacher. What are we doing if not teaching them how to communicate? So a lot of our work in our writing, our speaking, our listening, our developing a pitch, it goes into how do we communicate a need? How do we tell people what we care about succinctly? How do we ask for it? Like, how do we self-advocate? So that's part of the lesson. That doesn't happen by magic. We work super hard to be able to do that. That's what the 80% of the time is for, right? So it's really applied literacy. And I think that's such an important question. And what we found is that when we include our community and when we're present in it and we're visible, I've yet to have a problem where from a mayor coming out to a grocery store, whatever we need, the students are so good at making people believe in their passion that it's not a problem whenever we ask.
Thanks. So do any of the other presenters want to chime in on that? You know, Julia, you talked a bit about the kinds of supports that teachers need. So you might have a perspective on that as well.
Yeah, I'd love to just hear from Kim because, you know, these are like national survey results that are hard to connect to what's happening in schools every day all the time. And so I just wonder what, Kim, you would say about what kinds of professional development, professional learning communities, professional support that you get to address these more civic related, you know, build a community, support your community things, because it feels to me like you're just like this amazing person in the school that, you know, could be leveraged for professional learning communities, probably are. It's a good, you know, it kind of confirms what I was thinking about, you know, the importance of teachers talking to each other. But do you do a lot of that at your school?
I'm so glad you asked that, and your presentation was seriously moving me because no,
Yeah.
things, a lot of books and a lot of student loan debt has gone into the making of this. Now, what I will say is as I grew confident with this, because at first, honestly, my students, the very beginning, no one came into my classroom. My students had emotional disturbances. Nobody expected them to finish school. So I was able to try out a lot of things. And then as the time went on, the scores, the data was so strong, nobody came in my classroom because we were delivering. But since then, I've been able to work with so many teachers and they've been able to go on and work with other teachers. And so there are different classrooms on campus. There's definitely some throughout the district and spaces within the state. And it's funny, a lot of times it lands in the ed tech community because they're typically the innovators. So a lot of what we need in my class comes from learning technology and the ability to reach masses of people. But it's so funny, everything you said is so spot on, because until we really put the effects front and center and make it non-negotiable that these are the things we value, I don't know that we will collectively see tons of development. And everything in your deck, I just want to go look at it again.
Yeah, and teachers don't have time either. I mean, I'm sure that your day is super full of teaching, right? And so it would take like some restructuring of the school day probably to build in that time too, you know, recognizing that like you're not like looking to like spend another hour or two after school, you know, building professional.
Yes, I am.
Well, you.
And to your point though, what's funny, be that as it may, I'll tell you what I don't have issues with: motivation, behavior, student engagement, parent engagement, family involvement. So the things that I feel like a lot of our time go to, those are issues that I don't have. And that is also not accidental. I didn't just wake up a good teacher. That's a skill set, right? And this work is so motivational intrinsically that I don't have to like sell my kids used cars. They want to buy it all because they see where it's going to make their space better.
I just want to add, Kim, I'm glad that you mentioned some of the collaboration across teachers. So actually, when we work with science teachers in New Jersey, many of them also mentioned that it's emerging that, you know, from their own needs, that they feel like they need to reach out to social study teachers to, you know, work on their units, and because they need their input on how to implement civics part into their science classrooms. Definitely, they also mentioned that they would like to have some administrative supports as well to help them with this kind of needs. It seems like now currently it stays at the local level, teacher level, where they emerge, right? But they were hoping to have more structured training at the administrative level.
So I'm not seeing a whole lot of other questions, although I'm seeing a lot of love for Kim and offers to help support and for the panel. So one of the things that has, you know, come up in some of the work that I know Julia and others have done in particular is the role of instructional materials. And so on the one hand, you know, we heard in the survey results that Julia mentioned, teachers saying that they needed more materials that were culturally appropriate for their students, They wanted more materials that would engage their students. So that gets to your point about engagement, Kim. And then at the same time, we know that teachers are often very creative, and I think you demonstrated that very well here, and like to come up with their own projects and materials and so forth. And there's a balance between those things. So I'm curious to hear, Kim, from the classroom perspective and others from the more researchy perspective, thoughts about to what extent there's a need for more sort of structured or standardized instructional materials, as well as assessments, as opposed to support for teachers to kind of design things themselves.
Well, I can start, but I would love, Kim's perspective on this, Joe's, Lay's. It would be interesting to hear what you guys think and how instructional materials are related to the work you do. I didn't share the relationships between instructional materials and teachers' emphasis on topics, approaches, and skills for this presentation, but there were some relationships and they were sometimes counterintuitive, I'll just say. So we thought, oh, if teachers say, oh, I have great district or school materials that I use most of the time for my instruction, that you'd see more relationship with emphasis on these topics. What we actually saw was that when teachers reported that they used a lot of materials they found themselves for their civics instruction, they were more likely to say they're emphasizing, in particular, the instructional approaches I showed on one of my slides. So what that suggests to me, and what Kim's presentation kind of drives home to me, is that teachers bring a lot of this, have to bring a lot of this into the classroom to really have it appear and for students to interact with it. And it suggests that there's a dearth of good materials for the kinds of things that Kim was talking about, the kinds of things that teachers do. Now, there are always going to be social studies textbooks, right? But we don't have lots of good measures of what quality those textbooks are. It would be great if we could, I know that there are some groups like Inquiry Ed that have rubrics of what good instructional materials for social studies look like. It'd be great if we could apply those rubrics to really understand what good instructional materials look like and have some consensus on that.
Yes. Oh, that's such a good point. I just want to listen to you all the time. Here's something that's kind of interesting, and definitely with the folks on this panel, I would love to hear their thoughts too. But when it comes to the instructional materials, right? Like those are the tool for the artist, right? It's the paintbrush. So I use like tier 1 high quality instructional materials, but it's also my skill set, like the actual the science of teaching, right? So if we're studying Romeo and Juliet, how to tease inquiry and a problem-based approach out of that, where students are wanting to solve problems with suicide or looking at data in the community or having mental health experts come in, because I'm not an expert at everything, right? But it's my ability to be a sound questioner and to really be great at sort of like that Socratic approach or like a tutorial method to be able to get kids to get to the heart of what the problem is. Or same thing like To Kill a Mockingbird, right? That is rife with bias and gender stereotypes and all the isms that make America what it is, right? But it's not for me to point those out to the students. It's to me to find the right question. So I think it's like in conjunction with that, with high quality instructional materials, but we cannot get around the development because it is a very specific skill set that I've had to hone over time to be able to do that well and in a way where every student feels heard. And I mean, every student. I'm in the very deep South, right? We've got so many different feelings and strong ones within my own community. And I need to help every student be able to play out the way that they feel and feel like they're making an impact in their community as well. And so the way that we do that, the way we harness our own bias as educators, all of these things are real. The way that I'm responsive to cultures, the way that I am approaching everything in the classroom, the way that I build community to help students support each other, even if they're drastically different from each other, even if they don't speak the same language, even if they don't worship the same place or love the same people. Those are skill sets, and we need to stop pretending that you have to be a magic teacher with something sprinkled. I had to learn, and it can be taught.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to also stress the importance of, in addition to the materials that we can generate or examples that we can generate for teachers, I think the importance of really have real testimony from teachers and how they actually are enacted based on their local familiarity. I think that's really important for teachers.
I guess one thing I'd add that I think is consistent with what folks are saying is that doing good work related to civic issues, and I think it came through in your presentation, Kim, requires connecting to the local context and connecting to the specific kids in the room. And inevitably then pre-created curricular materials that are designed to be rolled out across many different contexts are not always as great a fit. But of course, those supports would be helpful. I think one thing that we've seen in a bunch of the districts we've worked with too, though, is that part of the challenge is that unless a school or a district makes a systemic commitment to the civic agenda, as opposed to say the history or ninth grade global studies or whatever the course is, if that commitment does not include the civics agenda, then the ability to create and share curricular materials across a whole grade level, say, is much tougher. So an individual science teacher may make a connection to the civics, or an individual math teacher may, but I think it's much harder. I think as you start seeing a systemic commitment within subjects, we'll start seeing better curricular supports being shared and used. So I suspect that's a piece of what you're picking up, Julia, in your survey, is just these are civically oriented teachers at schools that aren't civically oriented. So they aren't part of communities that share materials, so they're creating their own.
And also in terms of the classroom assessment, I think we don't have a really clear line between classroom assessment and curriculum materials or learning activities. I think it's really important to consider how student data can be used in classrooms and how to adapt to the individual students' needs. I think that's also very important to make this successful.
So we have, I think, time for one last quick question. So Phoebe asks to Kim, you mentioned the reading you had done. What are 2 books you would recommend for a new teacher?
You might need to email me, because then I'll be like, well, where is the new teacher and what's the new teacher's background and where would they be teaching? You should email me. Oh my God, I could give you a whole library of stuff. Seriously, I'll put my email in the chat.
Sounds good. Okay, well, I think we're about out of time. And so I just want to thank all of the panelists once again. It was a great discussion, and really enjoyed kind of hearing about the different research and the classroom experiences, and especially hearing those stories about what your students are up to, Kim. That was very inspiring, and lots of good examples there. So at this point, I am going to turn things over to my ETS colleague, Michael Nettles, and I'll let him introduce himself and his panelists, and we're going to move a little bit into the higher ed area now. So.
Thank you very much, Laura. And I'm delighted to join Laura and Erwin this afternoon as a moderator. I'm the moderator for panel 3. And as Laura said, we will now turn our attention to higher education. Post-secondary education has been involved in a journey for the past 2 decades, a little bit more, in earnest, to look at civic learning and democratic engagement, and has been making strides in increasing the participation of colleges and universities. One of the challenges that we face is bridging the division, or bridging the gulf between K through 12 education and the roadmap, and post-secondary education and its major initiative, A Crucible Moment. We have a great panel this afternoon to lead us in the conversation about this bridge that we need to build between K through 12 and higher education. We have Felice Noodleman, who is the Vice President for Academic and Innovation and Transformation at the American Association of State Colleges and Universities. Felice started this journey when she was a writer for the New York Times and collaborated with Askew before going on to become a president. And then in her current role is leading the American Democracy Project, which is now two decades long. Then Felice will be followed by David Wilson. David it will give us the perspective from a major US university. David is the 10th president at Morgan State University in Baltimore. And David is also on the board, the governing board for the American Association of Colleges and Universities, which has a major role to play in the topic, but is also the major producer of A Crucible Moment. David will be followed by Jacqueline Rodriguez, who's the Vice President for Research and Policy and Advocacy at the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education. And if we're going to establish a bridge or fortify the bridge that already exists between K through 12 and higher education, we have to rely on teachers like the one we just saw in the prior session. And Jacqueline will talk to us about what's going on and how we might approach this from the perspective of preparing teachers to be leaders on the subject. And then finally, we're fortunate to have Katrina Rohr. Katrina is a managing research scientist, senior research scientist at ETS, and she spends an awful lot of time worrying about personalized learning and assessment. She is also the major leader for the last outcomes assessment instrument, or the latest produced at ETS, called Heighten. So we're delighted that Katrina will come at the end to talk about monitoring our progress in building this bridge and moving K through 12 and higher education down a common path. So without further delay, I'm going to turn now to Felice Noodleman. Welcome, Felice.
Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate being with everyone today. I'm going to start by telling a little bit about why the New York Times got interested in the work and how we partnered with Askew, just as some background. So in the early 2000s, we were facing historic lows of civic engagement in this country. And in conjunction, what was going on was a major disruption of the news and information industry. With the advent of the internet, with unprecedented entry into a war without due constitutional process, we were really looking at a landscape that had a combination of some really disruptive changes in our society, coupled with historic lows in civic engagement. A number of us were reading at the time, and probably many of you were as well, or have read it, Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone. That really took a deep dive into this area. We were looking at the New York Times at what this meant for the Fourth Estate. There is a responsibility that we felt to a democracy and to our democracy. But we were trying to get our heads around what the advent of the internet and what the landscape meant for news and information going forward and what it meant for our democracy. We saw a potential for citizen journalists, but didn't know if that opening of the ability for everyone to share news and information was going to have the same standards and protocols. Little did we know where we would end up, but 15 years later. We were also really concerned in looking at which areas of our society would be most disrupted. We saw healthcare, we saw banking, we saw a number of areas, but top of the list was education. And I had spent most of my career in higher ed before coming to the New York Times to help lead our education divisions. And so we started looking at which organizations were doing work that really spoke to a level of concern around our democracy. And we found that Askew was doing this work. They had launched a monograph around stewards of place that spoke to the public higher ed for the public good. They looked at their role as the engines of their regions and the collaboration that needs to happen between a healthy campus and community relationships. And so for us, it was an ideal partner. The other aspect was that we were seeing that more and more the state colleges and universities were educating for a new demographic, a new American demographic, and that we were looking out 10, 20 years at what our society would be and what it meant if we didn't start doing and taking seriously the work of a democracy, and what it would mean in terms of equity issues and who we were becoming as a country. So ASCII was the ideal partner, and we had this crazy idea that maybe together we could launch an initiative that would bring together colleges and universities with partners to look at the role of democracy and to prepare students to take on the challenge of preparing students with the knowledge, skills, and experiences to be informed and engaged citizens, ready to tackle current and future issues of our democracy. So we launched in 2003. Now we have 298 of our ASCII campuses serving 2.7 million students across 48 states actively engaged in this work. We have a number of partners, including still the New York Times, plus others, that have joined forces to really try to affect change. We saw, a pendulum swing in terms of the level of activity and engagement in the work. I think for many, leading up to the election of President Obama was a highly energized and engaging time. Students, a young generation, was really feeling a democratic purpose and democratic voice. And many of us sort of after that election went, check, look at this groundbreaking and unprecedented leadership in our country, without really understanding many of the very deep and systemic issues that were roiling under the surface, only to come full force a number of years later and to bubble up in ways that now have created basically what I'm coming to think of as an existential threat for our democracy. So where are we now? We realize that unless we really speak to a number of questions, the vision, what are the key features of a thriving democracy, and how do we build that pathway between K-12 and higher education? How do we inspire to enact and support our work with the acknowledgement that this work starts when we're very young and needs to continue along a intentional pathway? What are the learning outcomes that we need to achieve, that we need to help students achieve, that we need to help our teachers be able to speak to and address? We saw a fantastic rubric just before, but how do we now really understand that as a level of an intentional ladder that we can build with our students and across our educational pathways? What is the pedagogy that we need to enact and build? And how do we best foster the acquisition and development of the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that contribute to a thriving democracy? And then finally, what is the strategy? How can we build institutional culture, infrastructure, and relationships that are needed to support the learning that enables a thriving democracy? So that is the core of our work. What we've learned over the years is that we have to move beyond episodic and celebratory. The work needs to be intentional. It needs to be integrated throughout the entire education enterprise, not just in a single course with a single champion. We need to really keep hold of that. What we're developing is democratic purpose, voice, agency, the ability to fully, in an informed way, participate in our democracy and lead change in our democracy. It goes back to Ben Franklin's world, a republic if we can keep it. So what are we doing? We work with our universities. We have a national organization that is really quite small. We have steering committees and coordinators on each of the 298 campuses. We work with presidents, their cabinets, provosts, faculty, student affairs staff, and students. And we develop both curricular and co-curricular programming. Things like information literacy, deliberative dialogue techniques, science for citizens courses that help students understand the role of science for everyday citizens, training and leadership around public service, work around stewards of place, looking at conflict resolution and negotiation, stewards of public land that looks at the role of our environment and climate. We incubate ideas that come up from the campus and then pilot them and then roll them out nationally, leaning on subject matter experts from our faculty and staff. We are now exploring and getting into a place where we're really trying to deeply understand how students learn and how they progress along the way, and what are the social, emotional, and intellectual dimensions of their learning. What motivates caring, and then what motivates and inspires action. This work, there are no silver bullets, and we're seeing that depending upon an institution's leadership as the only lever doesn't drive the work deeply enough. That it is truly the work of all of us at our institutions, and it's the work of the faculty, the staff, the students, and along with the presidents and their cabinet. So we also have a conference each year that is a Civic Learning Democratic Engagement Conference. And this year we had over 700 attendees. That's a place where we bring together all of higher ed to meet and share practice. One of the things that we've come to realize is that we've excluded our K-12 partners. We haven't been intentional enough and thinking deeply enough about how we truly build these pathways. I would say there's much we can learn from our colleagues in K-12. And there's much that we can share about what we've learned in terms of working to engage our students to build a more thriving, inclusive, and equitable democracy. But I'm going to turn it to David because he's going to dive into actually the examples that are really going on the campus. And his campus is truly an exemplar in this work. Thank you.
Felice, thank you very much. Michael, ETS, and others, thank you as well for inviting me into this conversation. Let me start by saying that, when you work at an institution or part of an institution where the mere existence of that institution is about the fight for inclusion, the fight to get America to live up to the ideals of its Constitution, the institution from day one, the way that it was birthed, is never confused about what its educational role is. And its role is to ensure that everything that we do at Morgan is about participatory democracy and being true to the founding purpose. And so let me tell a short story and then I'll pick up the charge that Felice left for me. In the early 1800s, there was a slave in Southern Maryland whose owner actually taught him to read. And there was a law in existence in the country called the Fugitive Slave Act, which basically said that if slaves were caught above the Mason-Dixon line, if you will, beyond the Mason-Dixon line, they could be punished. This particular slave, his name was Reverend Samuel Green, left that plantation and was caught with a book and basically was sentenced to 10 years in a penitentiary in Baltimore City. And he came and served 5 years, and his only crime was that he was caught with a book trying to really learn the American Constitution and why on the birth at the end of the Civil War, there was still, if you will, this struggle to not include Blacks in the American dream. And so he is actually depicted in the movie Harriet as Reverend Green along the Underground Railroad. So Morgan got its founding that way. And as a result, this institution embeds in our curriculum, in our co-curriculum here at Morgan, this whole notion of speaking up against things that are just not about including voices in the way in which the country operates. And that is embedded in our general studies program. So we have a required course here at Morgan. It's called the African Diaspora course. Every single student at Morgan is required to take this course before he or she graduates. And it's a look at the African diaspora, and we have certain modules there. So you may look at Blacks in Brazil, and you may look at slavery within the United States, and then you may go forward to look at the post-civil rights era, and then you may look at certain parts of Africa itself. And so the purpose is to make sure that as an historically Black college or university, that all of our students, and 30% of our students are not African American, but all of the students are understanding with no ambiguity that particular history and what our expectations are of them. Now, along the way, this kind of understanding of democratic ideals and the push for inclusion in a way in which the Constitution had outlined led to a kind of an activism amongst the student population at Morgan that exists up to this moment. In the 1940s, for example, the students here began to protest well before there were the long marches led by Dr. King. The students led a march from Baltimore to Washington, D.C. Then Dr. King actually came to Morgan in 1958 to deliver the commencement address and gave a version of what we like to say his early I Have a Dream speech. And then right across the street from the university was this thriving shopping center with a Hex supermarket and all of the shops and restaurants. But that shopping center would not serve Blacks, even though Morgan was located literally across the street from it. The students understanding the history of the institution, understanding what was expected of them as citizens and as Americans, began to go to those establishments, and they sat in and they refused to move. Over 300 of them were arrested, went to jail for several days. And as Michael has heard me tell the story a bit, those students that sat in there at what was the Northwood Shopping Center, and you could Google that, and it is historic, they became the students to start the first college sit-in movement in America. Now, our history books pretty much portray the 4 students from our sister institution, North Carolina A&T in Greensboro, as starting the college sit-in movement by refusing to leave the Woolworth counter when they ordered hamburgers. But the reality is that that started here at Morgan. And so because of that, as president, I have to be in tune with that great history. The faculty is holding me accountable for that. The alums are holding me accountable for that. The students are holding me accountable for that. The communities that abut the campus are holding me accountable for that, because this institution has just so much trust within the wider community. They trust that we are always going to do the right thing. And so as such, I have participated with my students and with faculty and others in at least 2 demonstrations, so to speak, since I've been president. One was when Freddie Gray lost his life here in Baltimore City, and you know those demonstrations were carried all over the world for several days Our students, went and they connected with students from Johns Hopkins and students from other local universities and led this effort, if you will, all across the city, marching for what was right. And then when, of course, we witnessed the murder of Mr. Floyd, that was the crescendo, because our students here had seen so much over the years, and they've seen so many young people, primarily young Black men, to be killed at the hands of police. And they were, many of them, their own age, and they looked like them. And it just reached a crescendo with the death of Mr. Floyd. And so as such, I was asked to lead a march that actually came through this campus that attracted several, I think it was maybe 2,000-3,000 people of all races and ethnicities to further kind of demonstrate what this institution stands for. And so let me just kind of stop there to basically say that Morgan State University really tries to honor the history upon which it was established, because that history was about being included in the democracy and ensuring that the voices of all was heard and appreciated and valued. And we have a high level of student engagement here in voting. Our campus was a voting site this time around. We are going to do that going forward. And so this is an expectation, when you are part of the Morgan State University community. I guess Jacqueline is up next, I believe.
I am. I just want to say how incredibly fortunate I am to follow you, Dr. Wilson. As you've mentioned, I think you provided the exact model that we would want to have and encourage every institution, every campus in the country to follow in a shared learning of our nation's history. Part of the role I have today is to share with you as constituents what AACT is doing to support its members. As Michael mentioned a little bit earlier, we are simply the bridge, I would say, between K-12 and higher education. We're typically the only higher education association that is in both of those fields. And we do act as liaisons in some cases, and oftentimes as communication partners. And most of our EPPs, educator preparation programs that is, are deeply embedded in strong relationships with their districts. So it's a really fortunate position to be in. But the other part of my job is actually to talk to you a bit about how the association has been advocating already on this behalf and what led us to this very precise moment. As many of you know, AACTE, the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, is a membership association. So our members are institutions of higher ed with schools and colleges of education. And you can imagine that that is not only a huge responsibility, but also a privilege. And within those compositions of schools of education, they are now inclusive of teacher preparation, school counselors, school psychologists, kinesiologists, and some of our schools of education have expanded so far beyond that we include centers for innovation, centers on criminal justice and forensic science. So as we think about how to support the next generation of educators, we really need to think very comprehensively on who those educators are and what the various needs that they have and how can we address them with nuanced ways of and strategies of teaching. So we are the primary advocate for educator preparation, but I will say that a few years ago, we took a decided direction setting, and that was to lead our members in addressing pervasive racial inequities that existed in our schools, as well as in our societies. And we began with a series of thought leadership articles, op-eds, webinars, and reports, of course. But what they were meant to do was not simply to provide a vocal piece, but rather to provide our members with an opportunity for cover. Many of our deans and of schools of education and colleges across the country wanted to speak out on issues that were relative to their communities, as well as in their states and as well as in the nation. But they definitely needed us to take a lead. And they needed us to demonstrate that in that lead, we gave them not only permission, but the opportunity to have us have the fallback. Any type of public media that came out related to how deans were speaking out against either racial inequities, the pandemic responses, that they could respond, that their association stood either with them or led for them. And so recently, our president and CEO, Lynn Gangone, described how educators heeded the call for justice during the pandemic. And she reminded the country that educators are actually our nation's first responders for democracy. That the primary goal of every educator is to improve the lives of students through the acquisition of knowledge, skills, and compassionate dispositions. And in an effort to actually accomplish the mission, that educators are who create environments where all children, regardless of their zip code, their race, or their lived experiences, can learn and excel. And so we ask and expect that our nation's educators model those values, that they are informed and compassionate citizens, and we expect that of the students that they teach. And so AACTE member institutions prepare those educators. We are preparing the next generation of faculty and the next generation of teacher candidates, et cetera. And we've consistently called on courageous action. So specifically, we look to educate PK, our early childhood students, as well as our 20, our already embedded in college campuses students, with change, with an effort to disrupt racial inequities specifically. And the role and responsibility is in where we see ourselves in the nucleus, that we ensure teachers are ready to provide inquiry-based civics instruction, and that begins actually with doctoral students. So AACTE has a doctoral student program as well as a master's student program for self-identified students of color. I'm an alumni of the program. It's called the Holmes Program. And in that, we encourage the Holmes network across dozens and dozens of institutions to research, to connect, and to discuss within the community the present dilemmas that the community faces, as well as those in our education ecosystem. And those students in particular receive not just support from AACTE member institutions, but from faculty across the country. And this is in an effort to, again, create that compassionate disposition, but that community of learning around our shared history. We also see ourselves as influencing faculty, which is why we were so excited to participate with EAD as champions. We know that the Education for American Democracy work is intended to reach 1 million teachers. And I would dare say it would be improbable to try and reach 1 million teachers if we didn't think about it, as Dr. Danielle Allen mentioned earlier, with regard to cross-disciplinary fashion. There is no way that we are going to support every student across the country unless every elementary school teacher, every middle school teacher, and every secondary teacher, regardless of the discipline that they teach, is actually embedded in this inquiry-based civics work. And so part of the plan and the objective from AACTE's perspective is to provide that professional development to its faculty, as well as to its doctoral students, as we think about who actually touches the candidate first, and then the candidate moving into clinical experiences into the classroom. We want to make sure that not only are the candidates prepared with this, but we want to make sure that our faculty feel robust and competent and confident in their work. So we're working in cohorts to deliver professional development on the EAD roadmap, as well as the pedagogy guide, to ensure that within those cohorts, faculty have a network where they can improve in cycles, and they'll be working on this through semesters so that they can actually take certain action in their courses, in their assignments, in their expectation setting, and then cyclically and iteratively work through the problem-solving process. So the plan is to begin in 22 with EAD support, which we're really excited about. But I want to simply end by saying that when we think about AACTE's role in all of this, there's no way that our association or even a handful of us can do the work in isolation. And we've been very, very privileged to work with many of the folks already on panels, but we're seeking support and feedback from others. So if anyone is interested in working with us and has done faculty professional development, I'd love to hear from you. We want to make sure we're engaging as many people as possible in the process. So I'll end with that. I think Katrina, you're up next.
Yes, thank you so much. So there's been a lot of conversations today about outcomes and student learning outcomes and those types of things. So just a brief introduction of who I am and how I fit here. So I am a senior research scientist here at ETS, and I've done a lot of research in the space of how to measure student learning outcomes in the context of higher education. And so I helped establish a framework within ETS for measuring civic competency and engagement. And a huge part of that was taking that framework and then translating it into some type of assessment. But ultimately, at the end of the day, with an assessment, it's really thinking through how do we understand and make context of that information to help actually inform and make decisions. So I have a couple of images, I guess I'll show. Actually, can you just put all the stuff on there? I didn't realize I had animations, so I don't like animations. There's one more. Yep. So some of sort of what we've already been hearing, and it's come up a number of times, is really thinking about specifying the student learning outcomes that are of importance to us. So we've heard today about different initiatives going on within campuses, within these larger organizations and things like that. And we know that at the higher education level that many institutions have within their mission statement this point of establishing and creating good citizens, right? So that's at the core and heart of many of these institutions. Many institutions have these general education student learning outcomes that they're trying to get at, and it's not uncommon to have one around civic learning, for instance. But setting these and specifying these outcomes is really critical. So we can do it at the institutional level, which suggests that there's multiple pieces leading into that outcome and trying to figure out where that fits in. We can have it at the program level, we can have it at the classroom, the course level, but really thinking about what is that outcome, is it measurable, and what can we be doing to try and ensure that it is measurable, and how do we actually evaluate that in an effective way to ensure that we can in fact claim that students are leaving these institutions and able to be more effective citizens. And part of that, in terms of bridging back to the K through 12 space, is also understanding where students are at the time of entering an institution. So what is that baseline measure? Where do they start? And what can we do within the higher education space to try and sort of bring them to the level that we would hope that they would be at? And so in terms of identifying those outcomes, really thinking through, well, now that I have this outcome that I want to measure, how do I actually go about measuring that? And not just selecting a measure for the sake of selecting a measure, but being very intentional. And being very intentional about thinking through, is this measure going to actually measure this outcome that I had assigned? And so thinking very critically through that piece. And then also being very intentional about who you're giving that measure to. So if we're talking about an outcome at the institutional level, we need to be very intentional about who we're selecting to actually evaluate whether they're meeting this outcome. Is it the full population of students? Is it a select group of students? Is it students that have gone through a particular course? If you are randomly sampling throughout the institution, is it representative of the full sample of the institution? Is it capturing all the different demographic groups, all those different experiences that you can truly evaluate whether you are in fact demonstrating change or can claim that students are meeting these outcomes? And being very intentional about also not just that, but what types of analyses do you actually run? Now that you've done this, you've collected this data, you have your representative sample, how do you actually analyze it? Now you have all these numbers. What do you compare it to? Is it just a single measure? Is it just a single assessment? Do we compare it to course grades? Do we compare it to just the classes that they've taken in general? And how do we pull all of that information together to actually really inform and make program related decisions, and then link that back to the outcome? Did you actually meet it, or do we need to modify it in some way? If we're talking about those entering students at the baseline level, where do we want them to be? And do we have a different outcome at the entering level as compared to the fourth year of their program or the second year, depending on what type of institution? And really thinking through what those outcomes are, and not just the ones that might be related to civic learning specifically, but are there other outcomes that are of interest? So you've heard a lot today about inquiry and critical thinking and how all of these, and science, we're hearing about all these integrated pieces and all these different constructs that come into play. And it's really important for us to understand, can we also claim that by by being involved in some of these civic related activities within the institution leads to increased critical thinking skills. We probably can, but we need to figure out how to actually be able to do that in a measurable and effective way. Now you can go to the next slide. And you can click it all. Yeah, there you go. So another thing to think through is I was talking specifically about assessment, but assessment comes in many different forms, and there's different types of evidence that we can be collecting that can help to demonstrate impact. And so this is just one framework. There's other frameworks out there, but just a way of sort of framing how we might think through some of the different types of information you would collect. So if we're talking about like a course, for instance, a very specific finite piece of information, and obviously, like I said, there's many different moving parts here, but we might want to know, okay, you participated in this course, and how did students feel good after it? Did they feel satisfied? Did they feel like did they perceive themselves to make improvements, or be more effective and be more civically engaged? Did they actually acquire those knowledge and skills? So again, that gets sort of at what I was mentioning previously. And I think when we think of assessment, we tend to think of that the acquisition of a particular knowledge or skill. Now we have heard today, everyone has been talking about all different types of assessment. So, but it's not uncommon when we think of assessment, we only think of knowledge and skill acquisition. But I think at the heart of all of this is really thinking through, okay, great, now that you have learned these things, you felt good about this course, are you actually implementing those behaviors beyond that course? And so that's something that becomes more challenging to measure, and suggests the point of really thinking intentionally, what is that broader outcome? What is that ultimate result that you really, really want to be getting at? And at what point do we need to be measuring to evaluate whether people are meeting those outcomes? And so another way to think through this is potentially establishing some type of theory of action in relation to what you're trying to get at. So what are the ultimate outcomes? And what are those intermediate outcomes that lead to that? And what are the different actions that need to take place? So kind of working backwards and using sort of a logic model framework to really identify those if-then statements. If you do this, it leads to this action and ultimately this outcome. And so trying to very intentionally think through those types of things to ensure that we can truly claim that within an institution we're in fact, reaching the outcomes that we're aiming for. And by collecting this information at different points in time, really trying to bridge and understand, okay, where is that gap and what can we be doing? And backtracking a little bit to say how this connects to K through 12 is, again, if we think about where students are at the start, where they end in higher ed, how can we then make that connecting piece to go backwards to say, okay, where do we want students to be at the time of entering college? And then what can we be doing in the K through 12 space to ensure that they're at that point if they're going to enter a higher education institution? So there's a lot of things to unpack there, but I think just really being intentional about those outcomes, which we've heard again many times today, but and trying to think clearly about what we're defining and what we are trying to measure is going to be really critical in understanding whether students are in fact more civically engaged upon leaving a higher ed institution. So thanks.
Thank you, Katrina. Now I will encourage everyone to chime in on the chat. I will start with we have a few minutes for addressing the presenters with comments and questions, and I'll get us started. Felice and David, everybody else, this movement in higher education began back in 1985, and has grown steadily over time. But events earlier this year sort of crystallized the issue in higher education. What have you noticed, if anything, as changes? I mean, I know that much of higher education has been virtual because of the pandemic, and so it may be a bit difficult to see, as we've been conducting hybrid attendance, some of the reaction. But have you noticed a change in the temperament on college and university campuses and in higher education as a consequence of this year's events?
Yeah, I can jump in and what we're seeing on a national level, and then David, let you speak to, if you would speak to Morgan State. We're seeing actually higher levels of engagement. we started seeing this about a month or two after COVID, as we were leaning into the 2020 Civic Learning Democratic Engagement Conference, where we had at that time incredibly high numbers of attendees, only broken by this year's attendance. But we started seeing our campuses reaching out to us with a real call to action and a request for resources and support. So we were in a new landscape, but that landscape was one of extreme polarization and divide and misinformation and malinformation. And so we started working very quickly to provide professional development, work with presidents, their cabinets, work with faculty, staff on training, deliberative dialogue. How do you really integrate that? Where before we had the luxury of a campus would play this out within a course. Now we were looking at how do we open up true national conversations that get at some of the most systemic issues and challenges we were facing. In this, how do we really help our students find democratic purpose, voice, and agency to do the type of things that David's students were doing, to really address the inequities in our democracy? But we also found that many felt silenced, that there was a divide in terms of the declining levels of trust, where not only was there distrust in our government, but there was a lack of trust in each other. And so how do you begin to cross that divide when people are so isolated and siloed? So we leaned on some of our partners, and New York Times was one, Council on Foreign Relations, and we started hosting national, what we called Times Talks or deliberative dialogue, where we would open it up to everyone in the country. And we found high numbers of faculty, staff, students logging in, by the hundreds and hundreds to discuss current events, and then get into breakout rooms with each other, with students from across multiple campuses, those they had never met, and to have conversation about the current events through civil discourse. And there was this one time where we were talking about the election. It was just post election. And there was one student, and I believe she might have been from California, one of the coast cities, and clearly more of a progressive perspective. And she asked a question, this was towards the end of the deliberative dialogue, she said, what I don't understand, what I'm grappling with, is how anyone could have voted for Trump. And there's this silence, and all of a sudden another student says, and this is in a room of now we're out of the breakouts, and you're talking about a really large group of attendees. Another student said, I did, and I can try to talk about it. And what we witnessed was a civil discourse between people who would have normally never met, and if they had met, would not have considered sitting down to have that conversation. And the one student was saying, for me, it was about prisons and the record, and for another, and so they engaged in this dialogue and others joined in. It was an opportunity to see play out in real time what it means to bring people in across a divide, what it means across race, gender, ethnicity, and region, the ability to have that discourse, not thinking you're going to just change someone's mind, but to honestly develop the empathy and the ability to surpass the polarizing moment. And we continued doing that and going more and more deeply. And what we found was the more we engaged on this level, the more engaged the students were and sought out opportunities to try to really have that honest conversation. And the more faculty had to listen and understand their own bias, right? And to be very intentional about how were they leading conversation? Was it really inclusive? Was it equity minded? Was it an opening of a door or a dismissing of a politic? And so we started building on that, but what we've been seeing is that the strategies that are playing out now in terms of the polarization are so intentional. And they're going to continue and they're going to ramp up. And higher education and education will continue to come under attack. Legislation will continue to roll out to suppress. And if we don't take this moment in time to speak to how we cross these divides and how we help our students find their purpose and voice, my fear is that it really does become an existential threat and more than a threat. So we're seeing incredible 88% of our students that were eligible to vote in Georgia voted. Students voted along policy, for policy, not an individual. They voted against an individual or for Trump, but for policy. And this was across party lines. Race and equity was the top issue. Climate next, but for different reasons. Some voted because they saw it as a new workforce imperative, an economic driver for our country, others to save the planet. Gun control, not eradication of guns, not by any party, but gun control and COVID, public safety and public justice around those issues. That was across party lines. We were coming off of the largest student voter turnout in the history of this country. And it was on issues. And that's the momentum that I think we need to build on.
Thank you.
So Michael, I could just make a very brief comment on this. You know, we had this confluence of the pandemic, the social unrest, the attack on the Capitol, and then of course now what we are seeing is this deliberate effort to suppress the vote. And so I can say that taking the temperature of our campus and talking with other presidents of institutions around the country, we anticipate that when the campuses reopen, that there will be a high level of engagement on these issues with our students. And the pandemic kind of put them on many campuses. It took them away from the campuses and it put them in homes or in these spaces where they were not, if you will, a part of that natural kind of energy that would have given rise to the raising of their voices instantaneously had they been on campus continually through all of these kinds of incidents. And so recognizing that, we are planning here at Morgan a year-long version of a teach-in, but a year-long kind of effort at what we're calling reacculturation, resocialization. How do you have civil, meaningful conversations across different kinds of groups? And we are calling upon primarily our faculty in liberal arts, which I think has to bring forward, some real suggestions and a paradigm by which we actually can have these conversations. I do think that we are a very strong STEM institution, but we are also a very, very strong institution rooted in the humanities and the liberal arts. And we got to pay some attention to what is happening on so many campuses with regard to the liberal arts and the erosion of the liberal arts, because the more we erode those disciplines that actually are about uncovering histories and perspectives and differences and getting people to really understand each other, then the I think worse we are going to be when our campuses go back to full steam and trying to get not only our students, but the larger communities to begin to understand how we make our way through this. So I do think we are in a very, very pivotal moment in higher ed. And as I'm looking in at certain states in particular, and I know we have representatives here that are located all over, but we do have several states where there's an attempt there to pass laws that, quite frankly, in the vernacular, as a higher ed administrator, they are damn right scary. And the whole notion of surveying students to make sure that the perspectives that they have are not indoctrinated ones, and for institutions that don't do it, or if the results come back and they don't show what the partisan intent of this was, then those state institutions would be susceptible to losing their state funding. And so those things I think we have to pay attention to, and I think they have been brought on by the pandemic and then the larger issues in the political environment that unfortunately have made their way onto far too many of our campuses in a partisan way.
Thank you, David and Felice. Jacqueline and Christina, we have a question in the chat about surveying students as they're coming in and going out. I think the interest is in trying to assess the change. How widespread, or are you all familiar with efforts to measure student change over time?
Well, I can speak briefly, but I'm not obviously in the weeds, so you guys might be able to talk a little bit more about, at least in my experience. So most institutions do have some type of assessment process there, but it's not uncommon for the focus to be on things like critical thinking and written communication is the primary focus, for instance. And a lot of that has stemmed from other initiatives that have kind of pushed that towards a big piece around you need to show evidence of this for things like accreditation purposes. So that tends to drive some of the assessment efforts on campus. But a lot of institutions do have these outcomes that are aligned to civic learning. And so I think there has been an increase in terms of trying to measure sort of first year and fourth year students at some institutions, but I don't think, at least in terms of civic learning, it's still not as widespread. And some of the challenges because it is a difficult construct to measure in general. And so there are some existing measures that are out there that get at this. And I will put a link into a framework paper that I mentioned earlier that we wrote. It's from a few years back, but there is a table in there that gets at some of the different measures that exist in this space that could be helpful. But I think that part of the challenge is just because it's difficult to measure, it can be tricky to kind of figure out what type of evidence to get. And so there are things like NESE has a civic engagement sort of component, and there's also like AAC&U's value rubrics has one on civic engagement. And so there are different ways that institutions have tried to capture this information, as well as using different standardized assessment measures. But I think it does need to be done. And so it's, of course, the challenge here is always assessment budgets. The budget becomes a huge play in a lot of this, and that's why it tends to shift towards these other types of outcomes, and the focus tends to shift on there. But I think, as we've talked about today, this is really at a core of who are the students coming out of this institution. And so we do really need to be thinking about intentionally trying to find those ways to measure those students earlier on. But I'll pass it to Jacqueline if you have any other things to add.
Thanks, Katrina. To my knowledge, our schools of ed are not currently assessing on the components of civic inquiry. And that may be just because they haven't mentioned it to us, and they are doing so. But I think at this juncture, what you mentioned, Katrina, with regard to program approval, as well as accreditation standards, that is where we're seeing more of the evaluative piece. And then we have, of course, licensure and credentialing components that require a certain level for civic inquiry and engagement as it relates to teacher credentialing and teacher candidacy. What I will mention though is, to David's point, we are tracking state legislatures and bills that are coming across state houses related to divisive thinking or divisive talk. And specifically, we're tracking what it looks like for students to be talking about their faculty who are supposedly speaking in partisan ways. And so it's not simply looking at how students on a college campus or candidates in a school of education are being evaluated with their own civic mindset, but rather how in this vein are faculty being evaluated by their students, and whether or not that, as you mentioned, David, aligns with the partisan intention of those polling standards. And that for us is also quite scary. So we're planning to mention to members in the forthcoming, August return to school, what it might look like for them on ed prep campuses and what they need to be thinking about with regard to those state bills. And then also, of course, how candidates need to be thinking about how to navigate those conversations with their K-12 students. So we have candidates moving into clinical experiences in the fall, right in the middle of the melee that we're seeing with regard to the supposed culture war. And so how do we support, a brand new teacher or a clinical experience candidate as they navigate conversations within their mentor, teacher, and university supervisor and families? I would say that the one bright light here, if I can just make this like selfish plug, is that what we are noticing for ed prep is that while there is declining enrollment, and while we still have incredible crisis of shortages of teachers in different areas, specifically high needs areas, we are seeing an increase in diverse educators coming to campuses. And that is huge for the nation. If we think strongly about not just the diversity of the teacher workforce, but the diversity of opinions and perspectives and the way in which we engage learners, we can do that through the diverse experiences, lived by our teachers. And so if we harness this sense of being an educator is a social justice endeavor, if we can harness that for our next generation of educators and we increase the diversity working in our schools, we can do something at the root of the injustices that we're seeing. And so that is a bright light, I think, in my opinion, is ensuring that we continue to see that increase and create sustaining campus climate for those students.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for that. And Katrina, as we have reached the 2-minute warning in our session, I'm going to turn to our panelists and ask them if you have a parting comment, given the discussion and conversation that we've had today, and thinking about the work that we have ahead of us on this topic. Please, in no particular order, why don't we start with you, Katrina, and then move on to the others. Thank you.
There we go. Couldn't find my mouse. Cross monitors. All right, no pressure. So, I think from my perspective, there's a lot going on here and we all have a lot of ideas. And so a key, thing that needs to happen and that is going on is coming up with a cohesive and common understanding of what needs to be done and a common understanding of how we're defining what it means to be civically engaged and have adequate civic learning or something, but we need to have a common framing and a common definition. And that's where it starts, right? And once we get there, then we can work together we've been hearing about all these different activities going on, but can we find a way to, effectively share these resources in a meaningful way and really think through how we can bridge all of the different pieces that we've heard about today to come together and really figure out how to navigate this through, preschool all the way to P through 16, right? That's the ultimate goal here. And so thinking about how we're defining what civic learning means and what it means to be democratically engaged at these different points and really trying to intentionally understand how this skill develops over time and what we want to be measuring is, to me, at the core. And then we can go from there and build the curriculum that we need to and figure out how to take things that like Kim had talked about today and really effectively do that in the classroom and then find ways to evaluate whether that truly is implementing change for that student beyond the classroom and not just at that point in time. And so I guess that's where I'm coming from, is a common definition, a common understanding to really drive that moving forward. And just by having this conversation today is starting that, right? I mean, it's been going on, but it's critical that we keep having these conversations to ensure that we are on the same page, because we all have the same common goal. And so trying to get there that's the key.
Thank you very much, Katrina. And I want to thank our panelists this afternoon. We've reached our time, and unless somebody has a burning 5-second comment, then we'll let Katrina have the last word. Thank you all very much, and thank you, David. Thank you, Felice. Thank you, Jacqueline. I'll turn it back to you, Laura.
Yes, thank you to Michael and the whole panel. That was such a thought-provoking and wonderful discussion. And I love the bits in the chat about P20. I think that, you know, this discussion really highlights the need for us to stop working in kind of these age-specific silos and really be collaborating. So thanks to everybody who has stuck it out for this many panels, and I hope you will stay. I'm really excited to introduce you to our final two speakers who will share their reflections and talk about where we go from here. We don't want this symposium to be a one-time event that we all simply move on from. So these two speakers will help us think about ways that we can build on the conversations today and continue to make progress for youth across the country. So first up is my ETS colleague, Kadria Erchikhan. She is Vice President of Research and Measurement Sciences at ETS. Kadria will be followed by Emma Humphreys. Emma is the Chief Education Officer at iCivics, one of the 5 organizations that led and coordinated the development of the EAD roadmap. So I will turn it over to you now, Kadria.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks for the introduction. And what a brilliant set of presentations and discussions. I want to thank Laura and thank Education for American Democracy and my ETS colleagues who helped organize this event today. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. This is a very important event, and as Katrina said, it's wonderful to have a brilliant set of minds working towards a common goal. Many thanks to all the panelists and the participants for the very stimulating presentations and discussions. I'm delighted to have had a chance to be part of this event and say a few words as closing. A bit about myself. My research is primarily on large-scale assessment, focusing on validity and fairness issues. An assessment of complex constructs, such as historical thinking, which has some relevance to civic learning. The topic of assessing civic learning is close to my heart and overlaps with areas of research I have conducted. Next slide, please. My closing comments, brief comments, will focus on summarizing key points raised by the panelists. And I must say these are, I can't say it's going to be an exhaustive list because I prepared some of my notes ahead of time without seeing all the slides and presentations. Briefly describe other research conducted at ETS on civic learning and highlight the criticality of putting civic learning and assessment in their necessary social cultural context. Next slide, please. Today, the panelists highlighted many points we need to pay attention to if we want to make progress in advancing civic education. First, educators recognized the importance of civic learning several decades ago and included it in NAEP assessments as early as 1969 in its first administration. Today, the panelists eloquently highlighted the critical importance of civic education in our time of truth decay. The panelists also highlighted lack of focus on civic learning in social studies, curriculum, and instruction, in the K-12 context in the US. Lack of preparedness, training, and adequate resources for teachers to implement even the narrowest focus on civic learning in social studies courses. As NAEP results show, low performance on civic assessments by the nation's students for over several decades. And as in all learning outcomes, disparities in civic learning outcomes among ethnic and racial groups. A few other things that I took notes on during the discussions. Several of the panelists highlighted the urgency of assessment of civic learning on an ongoing basis, more frequently than is being done, especially in the case of NAEP, very infrequently. And having NAEP, having civic assessments more related to the current relevant events and necessity to ground these assessments in current and local cultural contexts, as well as the relevance of civic learning and assessment to equity. Next slide, please. These observations by the panelists and the presenters, combined with our recent life experiences, including the pandemic, continued evidence of racial injustice, the attack on voting rights, and polarization of perspectives and information presented in media point to a growing urgency for educators to ensure that students are developing the civic competencies they will need to thrive and succeed in democratic systems in the US, as well as highlight our joint responsibilities in promoting development of civic learning as an integral part of defending democratic rights in our societies. ETS as a mission-focused nonprofit organization is well-positioned to be a key player in efforts that will support the civic learning needs of K-12 schools, higher education institutions, and workforce development programs. Some of the ways we have contributed to civics have been highlighted by the ETS presenters, as well as Peggy Carr in her presentation of NAEP. In addition to these activities, several research projects include strands that are relevant to civics. These include research on digital information literacy, advances in measuring social and emotional learning competencies, including some related to civics, and expansion of constructs to inform graduate school admissions. Under Laura's leadership, we're planning to expand this research agenda to include external partnerships and involvement in national and international exchanges and conversations. We're also getting ready to define our strategic research agenda for the upcoming fiscal year. We are creating a civics-focused strand for the fiscal year 22 internal research at ETS. Next slide, please. Given my area of research and where I work on focusing on assessment, I'm delighted to see that many of the presenters have highlighted the important role that assessment plays. A few of the panelists highlighted this role in promoting civic learning. In particular, assessment draws attention to learning areas that are not getting adequate attention and focus in our educational systems. Assessment provides insights about how civic learning is operationalized and provides a measure of learning outcomes in different jurisdictions over time and across different demographic groups, revealing often disparities that may exist, as was shown in the NAEP results. In order for assessments to fulfill these goals, we need to pay attention to the sociocultural context of both learning and assessment. What does this mean? This means we recognize that learners come from different life experiences, social and cultural contexts, and have different learning experiences and learning opportunities. These experiences in life experiences of civic life, as well as differential opportunities to learn in and out of school, have relevance to how we go about designing assessments. We need to take this social cultural context into account in defining models of cognition and learning in civic education, in how we design tasks and how we interpret performance on assessments. Next slide, please. Taking social cultural context into account in assessment requires us taking a few things into account, and these questions I'm hoping will help elaborate on what I mean by taking the social cultural context into account in defining the constructs that we're interested in measuring. Are the definitions of civic knowledge, abilities, and dispositions similar for students from different social cultural backgrounds? Are the relationships between different components of what we're targeting to measure civic knowledge, ability to participate in democratic processes, and sense of civic duty and concern for welfare similar for students from different social cultural backgrounds? What does government, responsible citizenship, and a sense of civic duty and concern for others mean for students from different social and cultural backgrounds? And is the development in civic learning expected to be similar for these students? And should we expect differences in learning progressions? What are students expected to do with their civic knowledge in personal life or school contexts? What's the meaning of this learning for them? And what are the factors that drive their motivation or lack of it in civic learning? These are all significant in understanding what we're measuring and if what we're measuring is similar for student groups with different experiences from different social and cultural backgrounds. In the US context, with students from numerous very different cultural and social backgrounds, and possibly more importantly, for civic learning in the context of societal inequities and systemic racism, we need to expect differences in what civic learning means and the development of civic learning for students from different backgrounds. Next slide, please. We also need to take this context into account when we design assessment tasks and how we interpret what performance on those assessment tasks mean. We need to anticipate and address whether students may have different interpretations of tasks, whether variations in sociocultural contexts are expected to lead to different cognitive processes and social and emotional involvement for students from different backgrounds. In other words, in civic learning assessments, we need to ask the extent to which assessment tasks provide equivalent evidence of civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions for students from different social cultural backgrounds. When their experiences in civic life is greatly varied, when government has a different meaning for them, and when a sense of duty and concern for others' welfare might be in conflict with their understanding of how to participate in a democratic society as a responsible citizen. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but this is on our minds at ETS, and taking social cultural context into account in assessment is not just a challenge for civic learning and assessment, but for all areas of learning and assessment. So at ETS, we're embarking on a significant research agenda that tackles these questions for our assessments and paves the way for grounding all assessments in learners' sociocultural contexts in order to achieve educational equity goals that we're all after. As we do this, we welcome opportunities for collaboration and partnerships as we take on this challenge. Thank you for listening to my comments, and now I'll turn it over to Emma Humphreys for her closing comments.
Thank you so much, Kadri. I really appreciate it. What an honor it is to be able to conclude this incredible day of sharing and learning. My mind and my spirit are just so delightfully satisfied right now. And so I hope to share with you some closing thoughts that are actionable, perhaps a little inspirational, and most importantly, for the final speaker of the day, brief. We've been gathered here today to explore how we might more effectively and comprehensively measure and evaluate success in civic readiness. The importance of this topic was made most evidenced by the impressive size of our audience today, even over 4+ hours, the ongoing engagement in the chat, the magnificent questions, and of course, the incredible presentations and all of the scholarly and practical work informing them. Truly, the collective research, scholarship, and teaching emanating from this symposium leaves me feeling equal parts excited and overwhelmed, but certainly hopeful that we have the will and the brain power to meet our biggest measurement challenges in civic education in the service of providing better instruction, serving students, and strengthening our constitutional democracy. As many of you know, EAD has very ambitious goals, proposing to accomplish within 1 decade, by 2030, 60 million students with access to high quality civic learning opportunities, 100,000 schools that are civic ready, meaning they prioritize excellence in the teaching of civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions, and 1 million teachers, as Jacqueline mentioned earlier, who are EAD ready, having received excellent pre and in-service professional development. But we will not produce positive results or reach these incredible goals without the assessments to innovatively and creatively track knowledge, skills, and engagement. I'd like to share with you some text from the researcher stakeholder brief, which can be found on the Take Action page of the EAD website. There are many briefs for many different stakeholders on the Take Action page of the EAD website. But the one for researchers says this: the Educating for American Democracy initiative recommends a coherent structure of professional development, content and pedagogy, civic learning plans for LEAs across the country, badging and other forms of assessment, and regular data collection, including NAEP civics and history results at the state level. This structure, we believe, will allow detailed and rigorous investigation of what works for which students under which circumstances. It will be possible to understand much more than is known today about the impact of pedagogy and content themes on students from different backgrounds and in different settings, the impact of various local and state policy choices, and the relationship between teachers' knowledge and skills and student outcomes, among other key topics. Most importantly, the data that emerge from this structure will help us learn how to promote excellence and equity in civic education. Friends, we've got some work to do on all fronts, but hopefully with all hands on deck. So thank you for being here today, rolling up your sleeves with us and demonstrating how important it is that we invest in not just the civic education of young people, but the design of better learning experiences and better measurements and assessments emanating from those learning experiences. I'd like to thank all of our brilliant panelists and moderators and our wonderful host and EAD champion, ETS, particularly Laura Hamilton and Trish DeZio, for all of their organizational and substantive efforts to make this the meaningful virtual event that it was. To everyone at ETS, thank you so much for leaning into EAD. Your partnership is incredibly important to us. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Ace Parsi, who worked closely with ETS to plan this event and recruit our amazing slate of speakers. Thank you, Ace. You are the champion of EAD champions, and we are so lucky to have you in the field. With that, I once again thank all of you for being here today and look forward to seeing and reading all of the powerful work I know you will do to further the design of civic learning measurements and assessments. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, Emma and Kadria. And with that, I will bring this to a close. I do want to thank all of the speakers, just reiterating Emma's thanks, and the many people behind the scenes who helped make this happen. So I too want to express my appreciation to Trish DeZio, who managed the logistics and kept all the trains on track and on time. Kristen Lackalade from ETS, who contributed her communications expertise and helped us get the word out to all of you, and she will continue doing that. And then again, Ace Parsi at iCivics, who was just a great partner to ETS and to me in particular in planning this event. And then finally, thanks to all of you, not just for joining today, but for all the work you do to ensure that our youth are prepared to engage constructively in civic life. As Emma said, there's a lot to be done, and you all give me a lot of hope that we can make great progress. So please keep in touch and we will do the same. Thank you.